Meanwhile, in Winterfell's crypt, where shadows dance between ancient tombs and the air tastes of stone and silence, a sculptor carves a face he's never seen, working from descriptions whispered by those who barely remember, creating a memorial for someone who may not even be dead. Welcome, friend. You found your way to another quiet corner of Westeros, made famous by wars and winter. Tonight, you're descending into the crypts beneath Winterfell, where your hands shape cold stone into warm memory, while the castle continues its routines above your head. While others handle their various duties and responsibilities, you're mainly concerned with whether your chisel is sharp enough to capture the curve of a cheek described by a grieving mother, whether your mallet strikes true enough to honour a face you'll never actually see. In a world where death comes frequently and memory fades faster, preserving the dead in stone becomes the closest thing to defeating time itself. Legacy isn't loud in Winterfell's depths, it's patient, hand-carved, passed quietly from chisel to stone to eternity. So before we begin, take a moment to like this video and subscribe. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from tonight. It helps the channel and lets me know who's keeping me company during these quiet hours. Now get comfortable. Let the cool air of the crypt surround you and allow the small steady rhythms of careful sculpting to guide you gently toward rest. The descent into Winterfell's crypt is a journey through temperature and time, each step taking you deeper into cold that has nothing to do with winter and everything to do with the earth itself, claiming what belongs to it. The stone stairs are worn smooth by centuries of feet, servants carrying bodies, lords paying respects, stonemasons like yourself moving between the world of the living and the realm of the dead that Winterfell maintains with such careful reverence. Your workshop occupies a natural alcove in the crypt's western section, far enough from the main processional route that your work doesn't disturb those who come to pay respects, close enough to the tombs themselves that you can reference existing sculptures when trying to match the stark features that run through generations with remarkable consistency. It's not much, a workbench made from oak that's probably older than you are, a collection of tools that have been refined through decades of use, and enough space to work on pieces that range from life-sized heads to full memorial statues that will eventually join the silent congregation watching over House Stark's legacy. The alcove's walls show evidence of previous craftsmen, marks where tools were sharpened against stone, small carved signatures that master sculptors left to prove they'd worked in this sacred space. The accumulated traces of a tradition that stretches back to the Age of Heroes, when the first Starks were laid to rest in these depths. Your own mark isn't here yet. You haven't earned the right to leave permanent signature among the masters who came before. That honour comes only after you've completed a piece worthy of standing with the ancient sculptures that line the crypt's main corridor, faces that have watched over Winterfell for 1,000 years or more. The current commission sits on your workbench, partially completed and demanding tonight's attention. It's a memorial bust for Brandon Stark, not the famous Brandon the Builder or Brandon the Breaker, but young Brandon Stark, second son of Lord Eddard, who disappeared 3 years ago beyond the wall while serving with the Night's Watch. Not confirmed dead, but not seen since. His mother, Lady Catelyn, has commissioned this memorial as a way of keeping his memory alive, even if his body never returns to Winterfell's crypt for proper burial. The stone is limestone from the quarries near White Harbour, chosen because it's easier to carve than the granite or marble that older Stark memorials use. You've been working it for 11 days now, transforming the rough block into the beginnings of a young man's face based on descriptions provided by his mother, his siblings, and the few servants who remember him clearly. You've never seen Brandon Stark yourself. You arrived at Winterfell only 4 years ago, and he'd already left for the Wall by then. Everything you know about his appearance comes from other people's memories, filtered through grief and time, and the human tendency to idealize the absent. The face emerging from the limestone shows a young man perhaps 16 years old, with the long, stark features that you've studied extensively in the existing memorial sculptures. The high cheekbones that Lady Catelyn described, the strong jaw that his brother Rob mentioned, the slight asymmetry to the nose that apparently resulted from a training yard accident when Brandon was 12. These details accumulate through careful carving, each one bringing the stone closer to representing someone real rather than just generic nobility frozen in idealized youth. Your primary tools rest in their designated positions on the workbench, arranged in the specific order that years of experience have taught you is most efficient. The pointing chisel for establishing major planes and removing large amounts of stone. The tooth chisel for refining those planes and creating texture. The flat chisel for smooth surfaces and final finishing. The rondelle for curved hollows like eye sockets and the space beneath the nose. Each tool is carbon steel, hand-forged by the castle's smith, to specifications you provided based on your training in the Riverlands, where you learned this craft from a master who'd worked on the Great Sept at Harrenhal. The mallet sits nearby, ash wood worn smooth by thousands of strikes, weighted perfectly for the controlled force that stone carving requires. Too heavy, and you risk shattering delicate features. Too light, and you can't. Remove material efficiently. This mallet has been with you since your apprenticeship 15 years ago, a gift from your master when he declared your training complete and sent you out to find your own commissions in a world that has less need for memorial sculptors than it once did. Before beginning tonight's work, you perform the ritual that starts every carving session. First, you check the lamp oil. Working by insufficient light risks mistakes that can't be corrected once stone is removed. The bronze lamp is fueled by rendered fat from the castle's kitchen, producing steady light that's bright enough for precision work without being so harsh that it creates confusing shadows. Then you examine your tools, checking edges for sharpness and handles for soundness. A broken handle mid-strike can ruin hours of careful work. Finally, you take a slow breath, centering yourself in the present moment, preparing your mind and hands for the precise work ahead. The limestone feels cool under your fingertips when you pick up the bust, turning it to catch the lamplight, at the angle that best reveals where tonight's work needs to happen. Brandon's left cheek needs more definition. The current surface is too flat, doesn't show the slight hollow that apparently characterized his face. The description came from Sansa Stark, his sister, who remembered how her brother's face would shadow in certain light when he was concentrating on something. That kind of detail is what transforms adequate memorial sculpture into something that actually captures a person rather than just their approximate appearance. You select the tooth chisel, the tool for this specific task, and position it against the stone where the first cut needs to happen. The mallet rises and falls with practiced motion, the strike controlled and precise. The sound echoes slightly in the crypt's acoustic space, a sharp tap that mingles with the distant drip of water somewhere in the depths, and the whisper of air. Moving through passages carved 1,000 years ago, a small chip of limestone falls away, revealing slightly darker stone underneath. You examine the cut, satisfied with its depth and angle, then make another cut adjacent to the first. The work settles into rhythm quickly. Position chisel, strike with mallet, examine result, adjust for next cut. Each small removal of stone is irreversible, which means each decision must be correct before it's executed. This isn't clay that can be added back if you remove too much. This is stone, and stone only gives you one chance to get it right. Outside your alcove, the crypt extends in both directions. Dozens of memorial sculptures lining the walls, each one representing a Stark who earned the right to be remembered in stone. The oldest memorials are weathered smooth by centuries of air movement and the touch of countless hands seeking connection with ancestors long dead. The newer ones still show crisp detail, individual hairs carved into beards, the texture of fabric rendered in stone, expressions that range from stern authority to gentle wisdom, depending on what the deceased was known for in life. You've studied these memorials extensively, using them as textbooks for learning the stark features that your current commission requires. The characteristic long face that appears in generation after generation. The grey eyes that the family is famous for, rendered in stone through careful carving of the eye socket depth and the way light interacts with the surrounding planes. The dark hair that's usually shown pulled back or cropped short in practical styles that northern nobility favours. These features are your vocabulary, the visual language you're using to create Brandon Stark's memorial, even though you never saw the young man yourself. The tooth chisel continues its work on the left cheek, gradually creating the hollow that Sansa described. The stone yields, in controlled amounts, each strike removing just what you intend and no more. Your hands know this rhythm intimately, the weight of the mallet, the angle of the chisel, the exact force needed to cut limestone without shattering or creating unwanted fractures. This knowledge comes from years of practice, from countless memorials carved in the Riverlands, and now here in the north, where stone carving serves purposes that go beyond simple decoration. In Winterfell, memorial sculpture is religious practice and historical record combined. Each statue in the crypt represents not just a person but a link in the chain that connects present Starks to their legendary ancestors. The sculptures aren't merely art, they're proof of continuity, evidence that House Stark has ruled the North for thousands of years through an unbroken line of succession that stone makes permanent even as flesh fails and memory fades. Your work contributes to that permanence when Brandon Stark's memorial is complete and placed in its designated position among the other family dead. It will stand for centuries, preserving his face for descendants who haven't been born yet, for historians who will study the Stark features centuries hence, for anyone who wants to connect with this particular young man who disappeared beyond the wall and never returned to his family's ancient seat. The responsibility of that permanence weighs heavily during sessions like tonight, when you're making decisions about features that will be viewed for generations. Every curve you carve, every plane you establish, every detail you add or omit will be frozen in stone and judged by eyes you'll never see. The pressure could be paralysing if you let it be, so instead you focus on the immediate work, the specific chisel cut happening right now, the exact angle needed for this particular feature, the way this specific piece of limestone responds to your tools. Time loses conventional meaning in the crypt's depths. There's no natural light to mark the passage of hours, no sounds of daily activity to indicate whether it's morning or evening in the world above. You work by lamp oil and instinct, stopping when a logical segment is complete, rather than when the clock dictates. Tonight that means finishing Brandon's left cheek and starting on the right, creating the symmetry that human faces require even when they're not perfectly symmetrical in life. Your fingers grow cold despite the work's focus, and you pause to flex them near the lamp's warmth. The bronze reservoir radiates heat that's welcome in the crypt's persistent chill. You hold your hands near the metal for perhaps 30 seconds, encouraging circulation, pressing fingers against the warmth to restore the dexterity that precise carving requires. Cold fingers are dangerous when working with sharp chisels and heavy mallets. Reduced sensation leads to mistakes, and mistakes in stone can mean starting over entirely if they're severe enough. With warmth restored, you return to the bust. The right cheek needs the same treatment as the left, that characteristic hollow that apparently defined Brandon's face when he was concentrating or serious. You position the tooth chisel, strike with practiced force, and watch another small piece of limestone fall away. The work continues in its steady rhythm, accumulation of small precise actions that gradually transform rock into representation of a young man you never met. The crypt's atmosphere presses in with its particular quality, not threatening exactly, but definitely present. You're surrounded by the dead here, working among memorials to people who've been gone for decades or centuries, creating space for someone who may not actually be dead, but whose absence has already carved hollow spaces in his family's daily life. The awareness of mortality is constant in this space, impossible to ignore when you're literally shaping stone faces that will outlast you by centuries. But there's also comfort in the crypt's permanence. The world above changes, wars happen, leaders rise and fall, winter comes and goes. But down here in the depths, the memorial sculptures maintain their eternal watch over House Stark's legacy. Your contribution to that watch is small, but genuine. When you finish Brandon's memorial and it takes its place among the others, you'll have added one more link to the chain of memory that connects past to future through present craftsmanship. The tooth chisel completes its work on the right cheek. You set it aside and examine the results carefully, turning the bust to catch lamplight from different angles. The hollows are matched now, both cheeks showing the same subtle shadow that Sansa remembered as characteristic of her brother's face. The symmetry is good, the depth appropriate for someone young rather than gaunt. This is the face of a 16-year-old boy, not yet fully mature but past childhood, caught in that transitional period when features are settling into their adult arrangement. The next phase of work requires switching tools. You clean the tooth chisel, checking its edge and finding it still sharp enough for future use. Then you select the flat chisel, the tool for smoothing surfaces and refining planes. The face needs its overall form refined before you can begin adding the fine details that bring memorial sculpture fully alive. The flat chisel's work is more meditative than the tooth chisel's focused cutting. You're not removing specific chunks now, but rather smoothing entire planes, creating the gradual curves that human faces possess, establishing the relationships between features that make a face read as unified rather than assembled from disconnected parts. This work requires stepping back frequently to assess overall proportions, comparing what you've carved against the mental image you've built from descriptions and your study of existing Stark memorials. Brandon's forehead needs more breadth. It's currently too narrow for the Stark features you're trying to achieve. You work across the stone carefully, removing small amounts to widen the brow without changing its height. The adjustments are subtle, measured in millimeters rather than centimeters, but they make significant difference in whether the face reads as distinctively Stark or just generically Northern. The work continues through what must be several hours, though time remains unmarked in the crypt's perpetual twilight. Your lamp burns steadily, the oil reservoir still half full. Your hands maintain their rhythm. Position chisel, strike with mallet, examine result, adjust for next cut. The limestone yields gradually to your intention, revealing the face that you're discovering within the stone as much as imposing upon it. Somewhere above you, Winterfell continues its evening routines. The Great Hall serves dinner. The kennels bed down the hunting dogs. The guards change watch on the walls. The castle's 1,000 occupants go about their lives in the world of warmth and sound and social connection. But down here, there's only the crypt's silence, the lamp's steady light, and the patient work of transforming stone into memory that will outlast everyone currently living in the castle above. You've worked in crypts before. This isn't your first memorial commission in spaces dedicated to the dead. But Winterfell's crypt is different from the sept crypts in the Riverlands or the family burial chambers you've worked in across the north. There's a weight here, a sense of accumulated history that goes beyond simple age. The oldest Stark memorials date back thousands of years, carved by hands that worked with cruder tools, but equal dedication to preserving faces for a future that must have seemed impossibly distant. Your contribution is recent by comparison, but it's part of that same tradition. The techniques you use are descended from methods developed over centuries of memorial work. The tools in your hands are refined versions of the chisels that carved the first Stark faces 1,000 years ago. You're not innovating here. You're preserving and continuing practices that have proven themselves worthy of continuation through their results carved in stone throughout these depths. The flat chisel completes its initial pass across Brandon's face. You set it aside and examine the overall form carefully, checking proportions against your reference sketches and mental image. The face is taking shape now, recognizably young, distinctively stark in its features, beginning to suggest an individual rather than just a type. But it's still rough, still needs the refining work that will add details like the texture of hair, the exact curve of lips, the subtle asymmetries that make faces interesting rather than merely symmetrical. That detailed work will come in future sessions. Tonight you've accomplished what you intended, refining the major planes of the face, establishing the characteristic stark features, progressing the memorial toward its eventual completion. The work is good, meeting your standards for this stage of the process. Tomorrow or the next session, you'll continue, gradually adding the layers of detail that transform competent carving into memorial sculpture, worthy of standing among the ancient works that surround your alcove. You clean your tools methodically, wiping stone dust from chisel edges, checking handles for any developing cracks, returning each tool to its designated position on the workbench. The mallet gets examined for wear, the lamp's oil reservoir checked for remaining fuel. Everything is maintained, everything preserved, because these tools are what make the work possible, and they deserve the same care you give to the memorial sculptures themselves. Brandon's partially completed bust gets positioned on the shelf, where works in progress wait between sessions. He sits among 3 other memorial pieces, a full statue of a minor northern lord that's nearly complete, a portrait medallion for a merchant's family tomb, and a relief carving of the stark direwolf sigil commissioned for above one of the crypt's doorways. Each piece represents someone's attempt to defeat death through stone, to preserve memory beyond the brief span that flesh permits. The workshop gets tidied quickly, stone chips swept and collected for disposal, sketches organised, the workbench surface cleared except for tomorrow's planned projects. The lamp stays lit while you work, then gets extinguished only when you're ready to leave the alcove. The darkness that follows is complete for a moment, absolute in the way that underground spaces achieve when all light sources are removed. Then your eyes adjust slightly, and you can make out the faint glow from other lamps maintained throughout the crypt for visitors who come at odd hours to pay respects or pray among the ancient dead. The memorial sculptures line the corridors in their eternal rows, faces watching with empty stone eyes as you pass, hands folded or holding, symbolic objects, bodies frozen in postures meant to convey character or achievement or simply nobility dignified by death. You know many of these memorials intimately now, have studied them for their technique, referenced them for stark features, used them as silent teachers in the art of memorial sculpture. Lord Rickard Stark with his severe expression and battle-scarred features. Lady Lyara Stark, whose sculptor somehow captured gentleness in stone despite the material's inherent hardness. Brandon Stark the Burner, whose wild eyes stare from a face carved 300 years ago by hands that somehow conveyed madness in limestone. These are your colleagues and your standards, the sculptors who came before, whose work has survived them by centuries, whose techniques you study and attempt to equal, even though you know your own work may never achieve the particular brilliance that marks the greatest memorial sculpture. But you try because trying is what the tradition demands, because the Starks and the families who commission your work deserve your best effort, regardless of whether you achieve greatness or merely competence. The ascent from the crypt reverses the temperature journey of descent, each step carrying you from the earth's deep cold toward the merely winter cold of Winterfell's inhabited spaces. Your hands and face tingle as circulation responds to slightly warmer air. The sounds of the living castle grow gradually louder. Voices from the great hall, the clank of kitchen work, a dog barking somewhere in the yards. Your quarters are in the craftsman's wing, a small room that you share with the castle's master carpenter. Both of you assigned space based on your skills rather than noble status. The room is barely large enough for 2 narrow beds, a shared trunk for belongings, and the small personal items that make temporary housing feel slightly more permanent. You've been at Winterfell for 4 years now, long enough that this room feels familiar even though it's never quite become home, in the way your master's workshop in the Riverlands once did. The carpenter, Micken, a man perhaps 10 years your senior, with hands scarred from a lifetime of working wood, is already asleep when you enter, his breathing the deep, regular rhythm of exhausted labour. You move quietly, changing from work clothes to the warmer layers you sleep in, arranging tomorrow's clothes, where they'll be easily accessible in the pre-dawn darkness. The bed is thin mattressed and barely adequate for your height, but it's warmer than the crypt and more comfortable than some places you've slept during the years between leaving your apprenticeship and finding steady commissions. You settle under wool blankets that smell faintly of the herbs the castle laundresses use to discourage moths, letting the day's tensions gradually release from shoulders and hands that have held tools for hours. Sleep will come gradually, consciousness loosening through stages, rather than all at once. Tomorrow will bring more work on Brandon's memorial, assuming no urgent commissions interrupt the schedule. The face is taking shape nicely, progressing toward the completion that Lady Catelyn desperately wants, that will give her somewhere specific to direct her grief for a son who disappeared into the North's vast emptiness and never returned. The work continues, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, each session bringing the stone closer to capturing someone real, each careful strike of chisel against limestone, adding detail that brings memorial sculpture nearer to its goal of preserving what death and distance have taken away. For now, there is only this, the familiar room settling into night, Micken's breathing providing rhythm, and the gradual drift towards sleep that comes more easily some nights than others. The crypt waits below with its patient dead, the memorial sculptures watch in their eternal stillness, and somewhere among them, Brandon Stark's partially completed face waits for tomorrow's work to continue transforming limestone into lasting memory of a young man who may never return to claim his place among Winterfell's honoured dead. Rest comes eventually, the body claiming what it needs, and the night passes in its inevitable progression toward dawn. The dawn bell wakes you at first light, a routine as reliable as sunrise itself, pulling you from dreams that vanish the moment consciousness returns. The room is cold despite the brazier that burns low through the night, maintained by servants who make rounds to ensure craftsmen don't freeze in their quarters. Micken is already gone. Carpenters start earlier than sculptors, their work dependent on natural light for measuring and cutting precision. You dress in the layers that northern winter demands even indoors, the linen undertunic, the wool overtop, the leather vest that provides additional warmth while leaving your arms free for work. The boots are sturdy rather than fine, built for standing long hours on stone floors rather than for appearance. You're a craftsman, not nobility, and your clothing reflects the practical requirements of your profession rather than any attempt at status. The morning routine includes a brief visit to the well in the craftsman's yard, water drawn and splashed on face and hands, the shocking cold of it driving away the last remnants of sleep. The well water at Winterfell is famous for its purity, fed by hot springs that flow through the castle's foundations and keep the water from freezing even in the deepest winter. The warmth is relative. The water is cold by any reasonable standard, but it's liquid rather than ice, which represents luxury in the north during the harshest months. The Great Hall serves breakfast for those who work in the castle, servants, craftsmen, guards, and the lower-ranking members of the household who don't merit private dining. The hall is impressive even when not set for formal occasions, high ceilings supported by wooden beams carved with direwolf motifs, walls hung with tapestries depicting Stark history, tables that can seat hundreds when the full household gathers for feasts or important announcements. At this early hour, the hall holds perhaps 50 people, workers beginning their days with bread and porridge, tea or weak beer, depending on preference. You find space at one of the craftsmen's tables, settling onto a bench beside men you recognise but don't know well. a blacksmith's apprentice, several stable hands, a mason who works on the castle's perpetual maintenance requirements. The porridge is thick and filling, made from the oats that grow adequately in the north's short summers and keep well through long winters. The bread is dark and heavy, the kind that provides sustenance rather than pleasure, that fills stomachs and provides energy for physical labour. The tea is bitter but hot, warming you from within in ways that the hall's fires can't quite achieve. You eat in relative silence, as do most of the workers around you. Morning isn't time for conversation, it's time for preparing mentally and physically for the day ahead, for taking in fuel that will sustain bodies through hours of demanding work. The hall's acoustics make private conversation difficult anyway. Sound carries unpredictably, echoing off stone walls and wooden ceiling, making quiet talks turn unexpectedly public. After breakfast, you visit the mason's workshop, a separate building in the craftsman's compound, where stone is stored and cut for castle maintenance. Your relationship with the masons is cordial and professional. You need their expertise for selecting stone, and occasionally for heavy work that requires more muscle than memorial sculpture typically demands. They tolerate you as fellow craftsmen, even though your work is more refined than their practical repairs of walls and structures. The master mason, a grizzled northerner named Torgan who's worked at Winterfell for 30 years, examines your current chisel edges and pronounces them adequate, but recommends sharpening before you begin today's detailed work. He demonstrates the proper angle on his own sharpening stone, the specific motion that maintains edge geometry while removing just enough metal to restore sharpness. You spend perhaps 20 minutes at the sharpening stone, working each chisel in turn until Torgan grunts approval. The edges are mirror bright now, sharp enough to cut paper cleanly, ready for the precise work that Brandon's memorial requires at this stage. You thank Torgan and head toward the crypt entrance, descending the worn stone steps into the earth's cold embrace once again. The transition from morning sunlight to crypt darkness is jarring despite its familiarity. Your eyes adjust gradually as you descend, the lamplight from various memorial alcoves providing just enough illumination to navigate safely. The temperature drops with each step, leaving behind winter cold for the deeper chill that Earth itself maintains year-round, regardless of season. Your alcove waits as you left it, tools arranged, workbench clear, Brandon's partially completed bust sitting on its shelf among the other works in progress. You light your lamp, check the oil reservoir, and settle into the familiar position that your body knows so well it requires no conscious thought to achieve optimal working stance. Before beginning today's carving, you perform the meditation that your master taught you during apprenticeship. Eyes closed, breathing slow and deep, clearing your mind of distractions and anxieties and the dozen small concerns that can interfere with the concentration that memorial work demands. The thoughts come: worry about whether you're capturing Brandon's features accurately, concern about whether Lady Catelyn will approve the finished piece, awareness of other commissions waiting for attention, but you acknowledge them and let them pass, returning focus to the present moment and the immediate work ahead. When your mind feels sufficiently clear and centered, you open your eyes and examine Brandon's bust with fresh perspective. The major features are established: the characteristic, stark face shape, the broad forehead, the strong jaw, the cheekbones that define the family appearance across generations. What remains is refining those features, adding the specific details that transform generic noble youth into this particular young man who disappeared beyond the wall 3 years ago. The work begins with the eyes, always the most critical feature in memorial sculpture, the place where faces gain or lose their sense of life and personality. You select your finest pointing chisel, a tool so small it's almost jeweler's equipment rather than stone carvers, and begin the delicate work of defining Brandon's eye sockets with the precision that makes or breaks facial sculpture. The descriptions you received emphasize that Brandon had kind eyes and a direct gaze. qualities that are surprisingly difficult to render in stone. Eye shape affects perception of character. The depth of the socket, the curve of the eyelid, the relationship between eye and eyebrow, all of these elements combine to create the impression of personality frozen in stone. You work slowly, making cuts that remove material in fractions of millimeters, constantly comparing your work against sketches and mental image. Time dissolves in the focused concentration that detail work requires. Minutes pass unmeasured as you refine the left eye socket, establishing the exact curve of the upper lid, the slight downturn at the outer corner that apparently characterized Brandon's expression when he was serious or concentrating. The chisel moves in your hand with practiced precision, each tap of the mallet controlled and purposeful, each small chip of limestone carefully considered before it's removed. A voice breaks your concentration. Still working on young Brandon, I see. You turn to find Lord Eddard Stark himself, standing at the edge of your alcove, his hands folded behind his back, in the characteristic pose of northern nobility examining craftsman work. You set down your tools immediately, and bow, not deeply, as your craftsman rather than servant, but enough to show respect for the Lord of Winterfell and Brandon's father. My lord, you acknowledge, yes, the memorial is progressing well. Perhaps another week until completion, if the work continues without complication. Lord Eddard steps closer, examining the partially completed bust with the careful attention of someone who genuinely cares about the result, rather than merely checking on commissioned work's progress. His face is weathered and stern in the way of northerners who've lived through hard winters and harder decisions, but his eyes show the particular pain of a father contemplating a memorial for a son who may yet live, but whose absence has already created a permanent hollow space in family structure. You never met Brandon, Lord Eddard observes. It's statement rather than question. He knows your history at Winterfell, knows you arrived after his son had already left for the wall. No, my lord, I work from descriptions provided by Lady Catelyn and your other children, and from study of existing Stark memorials to understand the family features. It's a strange thing, Lord Eddard says quietly, to see your child's face emerging from stone carved by someone who never knew him, like watching a ghost take form, or creating a ghost where one shouldn't exist yet because he may still be alive somewhere beyond the wall. The comment reveals the complicated grief that this commission represents. Brandon isn't confirmed dead. He simply disappeared during a ranging 3 years ago, his party never returning to Castle Black, his body never found. Lady Catelyn commissioned the memorial as a way of having somewhere to direct her mourning, but for Lord Eddard it must feel like premature surrender to death, like carving his son's tombstone while he might still draw breath somewhere in the vast wilderness beyond the wall. I'm trying to honour his memory while preserving hope, you offer carefully. The memorial can celebrate his life without necessarily confirming his death. It's tribute rather than tombstone, if that distinction provides any comfort. Lord Eddard nods slowly, appreciating the attempt, even if it doesn't fully ease the pain of commissioning a memorial for a son who might yet return. You're skilled, he says, examining the partially completed face more closely. The features are right. Brandon had exactly these proportions. How do you achieve such accuracy working only from descriptions? Study, my lord. I've examined every Stark memorial in the crypt, mapped the features that recur across generations, learned to recognise what's characteristically your house and what's individual. Variation. Then I combine that knowledge with the specific details your family provides. The particular curve of Brandon's nose from the training yard accident, the way his eyes were set slightly farther apart than typical Stark features, the subtle asymmetry of his jaw that apparently came from your grandmother's side of the family. You've learned us well, Lord Eddard observes, better than many who've known us for years. He pauses, then adds, when this is complete, it will stand among our ancestors in the main corridor. Lady Catelyn deserves to have a place to remember her son, and Brandon deserves to be honoured among the Starks, even if he never returns to claim his place in our family line. The conversation concludes with Lord Eddard's departure, leaving you alone again with stone and tools and the weight of creating memorial sculpture that means something beyond mere craft to the people commissioning it. You return to the eyes, continuing the precise work that will give Brandon's face the kind and direct qualities his family remembers and needs preserved in permanent form. The morning progresses through accumulation of small precise cuts. The left eye socket reaches satisfactory definition. The right eye begins taking shape to match its companion. The relationship between eyes and eyebrows gets established through careful removal of stone that suggests the thoughtful expression that apparently characterized Brandon's face when he was considering something carefully or listening to instructions. Around mid-morning, though time in the crypt remains unmarked by anything except the lamp's gradual consumption of oil, Sansa Stark appears at your alcove, moving quietly enough that you don't hear her approach until she speaks. "May I watch?" she asks, her voice carrying the particular politeness that northern nobility teaches its daughters from childhood. You set down your tools and bow slightly. "Of course, my lady, though I warn you the work is tedious to observe. Much of memorial sculpture is small adjustments repeated many times rather than dramatic transformation." "I don't mind tedious," Sansa says, settling onto a stone bench near your workbench. "I spend most days doing needlework, which is similar. Small stitches repeated until a picture emerges. This seems like needlework in stone." The comparison is apt enough that you smile despite the crypt's sombre atmosphere. "Exactly right, my lady. Though stone is less forgiving than fabric, I can't unpick a bad stitch and redo it. Every cut is permanent." Sansa watches in silence while you work on Brandon's right eye, her young face showing concentration as she observes the small precise cuts that gradually define the eye socket's curve. She's perhaps 13 years old, caught in that transitional stage between childhood and the young woman she's becoming, wearing her copper-coloured hair in the elaborate style that southern fashions favour even here in the north. After perhaps 20 minutes of silent observation, Sansa speaks again. "You're making his eyes kind, the way I described them. How do you do that in stone?" "It's mostly about the curves," you explain, continuing work while talking. "Kind eyes have softer curves, less hard angles, more gentle transitions between features. The outer corners turn slightly downward, rather than angling up sharply. The eyelids have a particular curve that suggests openness rather than suspicion or hardness. Small details, but they accumulated into impression. Like in a face," Sansa observes, all the small parts combining into someone particular rather than just anyone. "Exactly." Sansa watches for another while, then asks the question that's probably the real reason she came to the crypt. "Do you think he's dead, my brother Brandon? Do you think we're right to make a memorial when he might still be alive?" The question is delicate. You're craftsman, not counsellor, worker, not family confidant. But she deserves honest response rather than comfortable evasion. "I think memory serves important purpose regardless of whether someone is dead or merely absent," you answer carefully. "This memorial preserves your brother's face as you remember him, keeps him present in your family's daily life, even while he's physically gone. If he returns, it becomes celebration of his life, rather than mourning his death. If he doesn't return, it provides place for grief and remembrance. Either way, it serves need." Sansa nods slowly, processing this perspective. "Mother needs it," she says quietly. "The memorial. She needs somewhere to put all her worry and sadness about Brandon. Father thinks it's giving up hope, but I think it's the opposite. It's keeping hope alive by keeping Brandon alive in memory." "Your mother sees clearly," you agree. "Memory is how we defeat time's attempt to erase people who matter to us. This memorial will stand for centuries, preserving your brother's face long after. Everyone who knew him personally has followed him into death. That's not giving up. That's refusing to let absence become erasure." The conversation ends there, Sansa seeming satisfied with the perspective you've offered. She watches a while longer, then excuses herself to return to her daily lessons and responsibilities in the castle above. You're left alone again with limestone and tools and the patient work of creating lasting memory from cold stone and warm descriptions. The morning's work concludes when your hands begin losing dexterity from cold despite the lamp's warmth. You've made good progress, both eyes now defined with the kindness and directness that Brandon apparently possessed. The relationship between eyes and other features established well enough that the face is beginning to suggest personality rather than mere features. You clean your tools methodically, checking edges and maintaining the care that keeps them functional session after session. Brandon's bust returns to its shelf among other works in progress. The lamp gets extinguished after you ensure the alcove is properly organised for tomorrow's continuation. The ascent from crypt to castle is a familiar journey now, temperature and light both increasing gradually until you emerge into Winterfell's inhabited spaces where life continues in its daily patterns. Servants carrying out their duties, guards drilling in the yards, the thousand small activities that make a castle function as both fortress and home for the family and workers who inhabit it. Your afternoon will involve other work. The merchant's relief carving needs attention, and there's a new commission that arrived yesterday requesting a portrait medallion for a minor northern house's tomb. But the morning was productive, Brandon's memorial advancing toward the completion that his mother desperately wants and his family needs, even if they can't fully agree on what that completion means in terms of accepting or denying death's claim on a young man who disappeared into wilderness that rarely returns those it swallows. The work continues, tomorrow and tomorrow, each careful cut bringing stone closer to capturing someone real, someone missed, someone whose absence has carved hollow spaces in family structure that memorial sculpture can acknowledge even if it can't fill. For now, there is the immediate transition, from crypt's cold and silence to castle's relative warmth and ambient sound. From concentrated focus on single face to awareness of dozens of faces moving through the space around you. From timeless work on permanent memorial to temporal existence in a world where lunch must be eaten and afternoon commissions must be addressed and life continues whether or not you pause to acknowledge its passing. The Great Hall serves midday meal. You eat quickly and without particular attention to taste or company. The afternoon's work calls and the memorial commissions wait with their own demands and deadlines. The work never stops completely. Someone is always dying, always needing memorial sculpture, always commissioning stone faces to preserve memory against time's erosive effects. And as long as death continues its patient work on the living, there will be need for craftsmen who know how to carve permanent tribute from temporary materials, who can transform cold stone into warm memory that outlasts everyone involved in its creation. The afternoon progresses in its own rhythm, but the morning's work on Brandon remains most significant, the eyes now properly defined, the face beginning to suggest the kind and direct young man who his family describes, who disappeared 3 years ago into the north's vast emptiness, who may be dead or may be alive, but who will live on in limestone regardless of which possibility proves true. Memory defeats death, one careful chisel cut at a time. And the work continues in Winterfell's depths, where the patient dead keep their eternal watch over house. Stark's long, proud, complicated history of survival in the North's unforgiving landscape, where winter always comes and always demands its tribute from those who dare to persist, despite its best efforts, to eliminate humanity entirely. The afternoon's work waits, but the morning's progress stands as small victory against death's attempt to erase a young man who mattered enough to his family that they're willing to preserve his face in stone, even though they may never know for certain whether he's dead or merely irretrievably lost in wilderness. That makes no distinction between those two states anyway. The afternoon finds you in the castle's solar, a private chamber where Lord Eddard meets with advisors and handles the administrative duties that come with ruling the North. You've been summoned, though the message didn't specify why, leaving you uncertain whether this concerns Brandon's memorial or represents entirely new commission requiring your assessment before acceptance. Lord Eddard sits at a heavy oak table covered with correspondence and maps, his steward Vion Poole standing nearby with additional documents. The Lord gestures for you to approach, setting aside whatever business occupied him before your arrival. "I've had a request," Lord Eddard begins without preamble. "From the Night's Watch. They've lost men recently, a ranging party that didn't return, and they want memorial tablets for Castle Black's Hall of Faces. Simple work, I'd imagine, just names and dates carved in stone, but they specifically requested a sculptor with memorial experience rather than having their own men do rough carving. The commission interests you despite its simplicity. The Night's Watch maintains a tradition of honouring fallen brothers with name tablets mounted in their fortress's Hall of Faces, creating a permanent record of all who've served and died in defence of the realm. The work would be less artistic than Brandon's memorial, but equally important in its own way, preserving identity for men who otherwise might be forgotten entirely, having left behind no family or property or anything except their service to a calling that requires giving up all other claims to identity. I'd be honoured to accept the commission, my lord, you say. How many tablets are needed, and what information should each contain? 17 men, Lord Eddard replies, and something in his tone suggests these deaths matter more than routine ranging casualties. Names, dates of birth when known, and dates of death, which are estimated since the bodies weren't recovered. The watch will provide detailed information once you agree to the work. 17 tablets. The number is significant. That's larger than typical ranging party, suggests some major incident rather than routine patrol that met trouble. But you don't ask for details that aren't offered. Your job is memorial sculpture, not investigation into how men died beyond the wall. When does the watch need the tablets completed, you ask, calculating how this fits with your current commitments? No urgent deadline. Complete Brandon's memorial first, then travel to Castle Black when weather permits. Spring is coming, another month, and the roads should be passable for the journey. I'll provide supplies and escort for the trip north. The conversation shifts to practical details. Payment for the work, materials that Castle Black can provide, versus what you'll need to bring from Winterfell. Lodging arrangements during the weeks you'll spend at the wall, completing the tablets. The terms are fair, the compensation adequate, and the work itself represents honour. Contributing to the Night's Watch's memorial tradition connects you to history that stretches back thousands of years to the wall's founding. After the business is concluded, you return to the crypts and afternoon work on the merchant's relief carving, a decorative piece showing the family's ships that will be mounted above their tomb. Entrance. The work is competent but uninspired, paying commission rather than passionate craft, the kind of job that finances your real work on pieces like Brandon's memorial that demand everything you have to give. The relief carving proceeds steadily through the afternoon. The ships take shape in shallow relief against textured background, suggesting waves. The work is technically adequate, proportions right, details crisp, overall composition balanced, but it lacks the emotional engagement that the stark memorial generates. You're crafting rather than creating, executing commission rather than birthing something that matters beyond its function as family tomb decoration. Evening arrives without clear demarcation in the crypt's timeless darkness. You light fresh lamps, check tool edges, and return to Brandon's memorial for the session that's become your real focus each day. The merchant's ships can wait. They're paying work but not calling. Brandon's face is calling, demanding completion, requiring the best work you can produce, because his family deserves memorial worthy of their grief, and his absence deserves acknowledgement worthy of a young man who disappeared serving a duty older than House Stark itself. The evening's work focuses on Brandon's mouth, the final major feature that will complete the face's basic character before you move to refining details and adding finishing touches. Mouths are difficult in memorial sculpture. They reveal character more directly than almost any other feature, show personality in ways that eyes sometimes conceal, suggest the voice that animated the face when flesh covered the bones you're trying to suggest in cold limestone. The descriptions you received emphasized that Brandon had a quick smile and laughed easily, qualities that should influence how you carve the mouth even in neutral expression. A person who smiles frequently develops subtle patterns around their mouth, slight creases and curves that persist even when the face is serious or sleeping. These traces of habitual expression are what make memorial sculpture read as capturing someone real rather than just creating generic noble face. You work with the smallest chisels now, removing material in amounts so small they're barely visible with each cut. The upper lip first, establishing its curve, its relationship to the nose above and the lower lip below, the particular shape that Sansa remembered as expressive, like he was always about to say something clever. The description is useful despite its imprecision. It suggests mobility rather than sternness, openness rather than held reserve, qualities that should be implied even in stone that by definition cannot move or speak. Time dissolves in concentration. The lamp burns steadily. Your hands know their work so intimately that conscious thought becomes unnecessary. Muscle memory guides the chisel, while your mind drifts in that meditative state where awareness exists without active thinking, where the work happens through you rather than by your deliberate effort. The mouth takes shape gradually, the upper lip curved with slight asymmetry that suggests movement frozen mid-expression. The lower lip fuller, balanced against the upper in proportions that match your sketches and mental image. The corners turn slightly upward, not enough to suggest active smiling, but enough to imply someone whose default expression leans toward humour rather than severity. Around what must be quite late evening, the lamp oil is more than half consumed. Maester Lewin appears at your alcove entrance. The elderly scholar moves quietly despite his chains, his weathered face showing concern rather than simple curiosity about your late-night work habits. "You spend long hours down here," Maester Lewin observes, settling onto the stone bench without waiting for invitation. Longer than is healthy for someone who should occasionally remember that warmth and daylight have virtues that cold stone crypts lack. You set down your tools and flex hands that have grown stiff despite the work's focus. The memorial demands time, Maester, and I work better in solitude than under observation of castle workers who might interrupt with questions or requests. Solitude is medicine, Maester Lewin agrees, but like all medicine, excessive doses become poison. He examines Brandon's partially completed memorial with professional interest. Though I admit the work justifies the hours. You're capturing the boy I remember, not perfectly perhaps, but close enough that anyone who knew Brandon would recognize him in stone. The confirmation brings satisfaction that compliments always generate when they come from sources you respect. Maester Lewin has served Winterfell for decades, knows the Stark family intimately, remembers Brandon as living boy rather than just descriptions filtered through grief and time. His approval means your work is succeeding at its fundamental purpose, preserving recognizable memory rather than just creating generic noble memorial. "Did you know him well?" you ask, curious about the young man whose face you're carving without ever having met him yourself. "Well enough," Maester Lewin replies. "I taught all the Stark children their letters and numbers, their history and natural philosophy. Brandon was quick-minded but restless, always eager to be doing rather than studying, always looking out windows during lessons and imagining adventures beyond Winterfell's walls." The Maester pauses, lost in memory. "I suppose he found his adventure at the wall, though whether it was the adventure he imagined is unknowable, now that he's been gone so long without word." The conversation touches on the fundamental uncertainty that makes this memorial complicated. Brandon might be dead, but he might also simply be irretrievably lost, beyond the wall in circumstances that prevent return or communication. The memorial exists in that ambiguous space, honouring someone whose status remains undefined, preserving memory while acknowledging that memory may be all that's left, even if the person technically still lives. Lady Catelyn needs this memorial, Master Lewin says. Lord Eddard resists it because he sees it as accepting defeat, as carving Brandon's tombstone, while he might yet breathe somewhere beyond the wall. But Catelyn understands something that her husband struggles to accept, that memory serves the living as much as the dead, that having place to direct grief helps sustain hope, rather than diminishing it. The Maester's perspective echoes what Sansa said this morning, confirming that this commission serves purposes beyond simple decoration or memorial tradition. The bust you're carving is a tool for managing complicated grief, for maintaining connection with someone absent, for giving family a way to keep Brandon present in their daily life even while he's physically gone beyond any reasonable hope of return. I'm trying to honour both perspectives you offer. The memorial celebrates Brandon's life without necessarily confirming his death. It's tribute rather than tombstone, if that distinction helps resolve the tension between Lady Catelyn's need and Lord Eddard's resistance. Clever, Maester Lewin acknowledges, though I suspect both parents will project their own needs onto the finished memorial, regardless of what intentions guided its creation. That's the nature of art that deals with loss. It becomes what viewers need it to be, independent of what its maker intended. The conversation concludes with Maester Lewin's departure, his chains clinking softly as he ascends toward the castle proper, leaving you alone again with limestone and tools, and the patient work of creating permanent memory from temporary materials. You return to Brandon's mouth, completing the final details that establish its character. The lips are done, suggesting the quick smile and easy laughter that his family remembers, implying personality without overstating it, balanced between neutral expression and suggestion of habitual humour. The work is good, meeting your standards for this stage, progressing the memorial toward completion that grows closer with each evening session. The night deepens toward its quietest hours. The crypt settles into absolute stillness, broken only by your work sounds, chisel strikes, stone chips falling, your occasional movement as you adjust position or step back to assess progress. The memorial sculptures lining the corridors watch in their eternal silence, faces that have observed this alcove's work for decades or centuries, stone guardians of House Stark's accumulated memory, carved by hands long since returned to dust. Your lamp oil runs low around what must be well past midnight. Time to conclude tonight's session, to clean tools and organise the workspace for tomorrow's continuation. Brandon's face is nearly complete now, eyes defined with kindness and directness, cheeks showing characteristic stark hollows, mouth suggesting quick smiles, and easy laughter. What remains is refining smaller details, adding final finishing touches, creating the texture and depth that transform competent carving into memorial worthy of standing among the ancient works surrounding your alcove. The tools get cleaned methodically, the workspace tidied, the partially completed bust returned to its shelf. The lamp extinguishes with your breath, plunging the alcove into darkness, relieved only by distant lamplight from other areas of the crypt. You navigate by memory now, ascending the familiar stairs that connect the dead's realm to the living's, rising through temperature zones until you emerge into Winterfell's inhabited spaces, where a few guards maintain their overnight watch, but most of the castle sleeps in the hours between midnight and dawn. Your quarters wait with Mikken already asleep, his breathing the deep, regular rhythm of exhausted labour. You move quietly through your evening routine, changing clothes, arranging tomorrow's work items, settling onto the thin mattress that barely provides adequate rest, but that will have to suffice because better is unavailable and complaining is pointless. Sleep comes gradually through the stages between waking and unconsciousness. Your mind processes the day's events, Lord Eddard's commission for the Night's Watch tablets, Sansa's observation about memorial serving memory rather than death, Maester Luwin's confirmation that you're capturing recognisable Brandon rather than generic noble youth. The thoughts drift without demanding attention. Consciousness, loosening its grip as exhaustion, claims what it's owed. Tomorrow will bring continuation. More work on Brandon's memorial, perhaps progress on the merchant's relief carving, the ongoing cycle of commissions that fill your days with meaningful work and adequate income. But tomorrow is distant yet. For now, there is only the familiar room, settling into night, Mycon's breathing providing rhythm, and the gradual surrender to rest that the body demands, regardless of what the mind might prefer to continue contemplating. The work never stops entirely. Even in sleep, some part of your awareness continues solving technical problems, visualizing cuts not yet made, refining the mental image of Brandon's face against the descriptions you've memorized. Memorial sculpture isn't profession. You can leave at the workshop door. It follows you into rest, occupies your dreams, shapes your perception until you see faces as planes and angles and proportions rather than simply as faces. The night passes in its inevitable progression toward dawn. The work waits in the crypt below. The memorial sculptures maintain their eternal watch, and Brandon Stark's partially completed face sits on its shelf among other works in progress, waiting for tomorrow's continuation of the transformation from rough limestone to lasting memory of a young man whose absence has created hollow space in a family that carves its history in stone and blood, and grief mixed together until separating them becomes impossible. Rest comes, the body claims what it needs, and the night deepens toward its darkest hours, before the dawn bell will ring again, calling you from sleep into another day of patient work on memorials that will outlast you by centuries, preserving faces for futures you'll never see, contributing small permanence to the ongoing human attempt to defeat time's erosive effects through art and craft and determination to be remembered despite death's patient claim on everything that lives. The morning arrives with familiar ritual, dawn bell, cold water, the great hall's breakfast of porridge and dark bread. You eat mechanically, aware that the day ahead requires energy that fuel provides, letting the hot bitter tea warm you from within while preparing mentally for the crypt's cold embrace. Today is significant in Brandon's memorial. Progression. The major features are established: eyes, nose, mouth, the overall planes of face and forehead. What remains is the detailed work that transforms competent sculpture into memorial worthy of House Stark's ancient tradition. The difference between adequate and excellent exists in these details, in the small decisions about texture and depth and the 100 subtle variations that make faces interesting rather than merely symmetrical. You descend to the crypt carrying extra lamp oil and fresh tools, chisels sharpened to near razor edges, rasps for smoothing transitions between features, files for the finest detail work. The alcove welcomes you with its familiar arrangement, Brandon's bust waiting on the workbench where you positioned it last night, before concluding your session. The morning light, such as exists through narrow slots cut high in the crypt's walls, adds slight variation to the lamplight's steady glow. You study Brandon's partially completed face in this combined illumination, assessing what remains to be done, planning the sequence of operations that will bring the memorial to completion over the next several days. The hair requires attention first. You've blocked out the basic mass, showing that Brandon wore his dark hair in the practical, short style that northern nobility favours. But it currently reads as generic shape rather than actual hair with texture and movement. This needs correcting through careful carving that suggests individual strands without attempting the impossible task of rendering every hair in stone. You select a small flat chisel and begin the painstaking work of adding texture. The technique involves creating shallow grooves in the stone surface arranged in patterns that suggest hair's directional flow without overstating the effect. Too much texture, and the hair looks confused or artificial. Too little, and it reads as smooth cap rather than actual hair covering the skull. The work requires intense concentration and exceptional steadiness of hand. Each groove must be precisely placed, precisely angled, precisely deep enough to catch light without creating harsh shadows that would distract from overall effect. You work slowly, adding texture in small sections, constantly stepping back to assess how the accumulated grooves are reading from different viewing angles. Time disappears into the work's focus. The morning progresses unmeasured except by the lamp's oil consumption and the gradual accumulation of small stone chips that collect on the workbench around Brandon's bust. Your hands know this work intimately, the angle of chisel, the force of strike, the particular motion that creates clean grooves rather than ragged cuts that would require extensive smoothing afterward. Around mid-morning, you hear footsteps approaching, multiple people moving through the crypt with purpose, rather than the quiet reverence that usually characterizes visits to this space of memorial and ancestral honor. You set down your tools and turn to find Lady Catelyn Stark approaching with Sansa and young Arya, all three women dressed in the somber colours that northern nobility wears when visiting the family's burial ground. Maester Lewin said we might find you working, Lady Catelyn says, her voice carrying the particular strain of someone who's been carrying grief for extended period without relief. I wanted to see Brandon's memorial's progress, if you don't mind the interruption. You bow appropriately and gesture toward the partially completed bust. Of course, my lady, the work is nearly complete, perhaps 3 more days until finishing touches are done, and the memorial is ready for your approval. Lady Catelyn approaches the workbench slowly, her expression showing the complicated emotions that come from seeing dead son's face, or potentially dead son's face, emerging from cold stone. Her hand rises as if to touch the carved surface, then stops before making contact, hovering uncertainly in the space between impulse and restraint. "It's him," she says quietly, voice thick with emotion, barely contained. "You've captured him, the eyes especially. You've somehow rendered in stone the kindness that made Brandon such a beloved son and brother." Sansa stands beside her mother, her young face showing satisfaction at seeing her descriptions translated accurately into 3-dimensional memorial. "The mouth is right too," Sansa adds, the way he was always almost smiling, like he found something amusing that no one else had noticed yet. Arya, younger and more restless than her sister, perhaps 9 years old, examines the memorial with the critical eye of someone who remembers her brother as real person rather than idealized memory. "The nose is wrong," she announces bluntly. "It bends slightly to the left from when he broke it in the training yard. This one is too straight." The observation is sharp and accurate. You'd carved the nose straight based on Lady Catelyn's description, not realizing that the training yard accident Rob had mentioned referred to a break rather than just a chip or scar. The correction is possible at this stage, though it requires careful work to add asymmetry without making the nose look damaged rather than characteristically bent. "Thank you, my lady," you say, to Arya seriously, acknowledging the correction's value. "I'll adjust the nose to match your brother's actual appearance. That's precisely the kind of detail that makes memorial sculpture truly capture someone, rather than just creating generic representation." Lady Catelyn seems torn between Arya's blunt correction and her own emotional response to seeing Brandon's face rendered in stone with such recognizable accuracy. "Even with the nose imperfection, this is remarkable work," she says. "You've given me somewhere to direct my prayers and my grief, somewhere specific that holds Brandon's presence in ways that simply hoping he's still alive, somewhere beyond the wall cannot provide." The statement confirms what Maester Lewin and Sansa both suggested, that this memorial serves psychological and spiritual functions beyond simple commemoration, that it helps Lady Catelyn manage complicated grief for a son whose status remains unknowable, whose absence has created permanent hollow space in family structure, regardless of whether he's technically alive or dead in the vast wilderness beyond the wall. The family lingers in your alcove for perhaps 20 minutes, discussing details and memories that emerge from viewing the memorial's progress. Arya insists on several other corrections. Brandon's ears were slightly larger than you've carved them. His jawline was perhaps less pronounced than typical Stark features. And you take careful notes about each observation, grateful for accuracy, even when it requires revising work you'd considered complete. After they leave, you spend the rest of the morning adjusting Brandon's nose to match Arya's description, bending it subtly to the left, creating the characteristic asymmetry that results from breaks that heal without proper setting. The adjustment is delicate, requiring removal of material from one side while leaving the other untouched, creating imbalance that paradoxically makes the face more balanced by adding the imperfection that characterized the real Brandon's appearance. The afternoon brings Lord Eddard himself, apparently sent by Lady Catelyn to confirm that the memorial meets family approval before you proceed to final finishing stages. He examines the bust silently for several long moments, his expression unreadable in the way that Northern lords master for political necessity, but that makes assessing their actual reactions nearly impossible. "My daughter Arya said you corrected the nose," Lord Eddard finally says. "That's good. Brandon was proud of that break, said it proved he'd trained hard enough to take real hits in the practice yard, including the one in stone honours him more accurately than perfection would have." The comment reveals the complicated relationship that memorial sculpture has with idealization versus accuracy. Traditional noble memorials often showed subjects better than they were, more beautiful, more powerful, more noble in bearing, because perfection was what families wanted preserved, even if it didn't match reality. But the Starks apparently prefer accuracy, want Brandon remembered as he was, rather than as idealized version that never existed. The memorial will be ready in 3 days, you confirm. All major features are established and approved. What remains is fine finishing, smoothing transitions, adding final texture details, ensuring the stone surface is prepared for the ages of weathering it will endure in the crypt's depths. Lord Eddard nods acceptance, then adds, "When you travel to Castle Black for the Night's Watch Commission, you'll be well compensated. The watch is important to the North, and honouring their fallen brothers honours the duty that protects us all from whatever lurks beyond the wall. My son went to the wall believing in that duty. Creating memorials for men who died serving it seems appropriate tribute to Brandon's choice, even if we never learn his ultimate fate." The connection between commissions isn't one you'd made consciously, but Lord Eddard's observation reveals it clearly. Working on Night's Watch memorial tablets links to Brandon's memorial through shared themes of duty and sacrifice, and the North's particular relationship with the wall that has defended the realm since the Age of Heroes. The work serves purposes beyond individual commissions, connects to larger patterns of meaning that give craft deeper significance than simple execution of paid projects. After Lord Eddard's departure, you return to the detailed finishing work that will occupy the next 3 days. The surface needs smoothing, transitions between features refined until they flow naturally, rather than appearing as assembled components. The texture needs finalizing, hair, skin, the suggestion of fabric on the shoulders that will ground the bust in implied body rather than floating as disembodied head. The afternoon and evening pass in the focused concentration that finishing work requires. Small adjustments, subtle refinements, the accumulation of tiny improvements that transform good work into excellent craft. Your hands know these motions intimately, have performed them on dozens of memorials over years of practice, can execute necessary operations without requiring conscious direction. As lamplight deepens toward night, you reach a natural stopping point where tomorrow's fresh perspective will be more valuable than tonight's continued work on details that risk over-refinement if pushed too far. You clean tools methodically, organise the workspace, and examine Brandon's nearly complete memorial in the lamp's steady glow. The face that looks back from cold limestone captures something real. Not perfect representation of Brandon Stark as he appeared in life, but truthful rendition that preserves memory in permanent form. The kind eyes that Sansa described, the mouth that suggests quick smiles, the bent nose that Arya insisted on correcting, the characteristic Stark features that connect Brandon to ancestors who've watched over Winterfell's fortunes for generations beyond counting. 3 more days will bring this work to completion. 3 days of final refinements, surface preparation, the small adjustments that separate adequate from excellent. Then the memorial will be ready for installation in the main crypt corridor, taking its place among the eternal Stark dead who keep their silent watch over family legacy, carved in stone and blood and memory. For tonight, the work is sufficient. Progress is made. Tomorrow will bring continuation. And Brandon Stark's face emerges gradually from limestone's cold embrace, becoming more himself with each careful cut, each precise refinement, each small contribution to the larger goal of defeating time's attempt to erase those who matter from memory and history and the ongoing story that families tell themselves about who they are and who they've been and what they've sacrificed in service of duty older than their individual lives. The crypt waits in darkness. The memorial sculptures maintain their eternal watch, and the work continues, one patient session at a time, building permanence from cold stone and warm memory mixed together until they become inseparable. The permanent made from the temporary, the eternal crafted from the mortal. The victory against death that memorial sculpture represents regardless of whether those it commemorates are actually dead or merely irretrievably lost beyond hope of return. Rest will come when the body demands it. For now, there is the ascent from crypt to castle, the familiar transition from working depths to living spaces, the ongoing rhythm of craft and life, and the small moments of satisfaction that make difficult work worthwhile, despite cold and solitude, and the constant proximity to death's patient claim on everything that breathes. Tomorrow continues what tonight has advanced. The work goes on, and Brandon Stark's face waits in limestone, nearly complete, ready for the final days that will transform him from work in progress to lasting memorial that will outlive everyone currently alive in Winterfell's cold stone halls. The final 3 days on Brandon's memorial pass in the particular intensity that finishing work demands, a combination of acute concentration and patient restraint, knowing when to refine further and when to recognise that additional work risks diminishing rather than improving the result. This is the phase where memorial sculpture either achieves its potential or falls short through overworking that destroys the vitality that rough carving sometimes possesses, but excessive refinement can eliminate. You approach each session with fresh eyes, examining Brandon's face in morning light as if seeing it for the first time, assessing what remains necessary versus what merely tempts as possible additional refinement. The distinction is crucial. Necessary work improves the memorial, while unnecessary work done from perfectionist anxiety actually degrades quality through the cumulative effect of small adjustments that individually seem beneficial, but collectively create overworked surfaces that lose their natural quality. The first of these final days focuses on surface preparation, smoothing the transitions between features until they flow naturally, eliminating tool marks that would distract from overall impression, creating uniform finish that allows the carved forms to read clearly without competing with texture variations that draw attention to process rather than result. You work with progressively finer abrasives, starting with coarse rasps that remove obvious irregularities and progressing through increasingly subtle grades until the stone surface achieves the particular quality that allows lamplight to reveal forms without creating harsh contrasts that would fragment the face into disconnected planes. The work is meditative in its repetition, stroke after patient stroke across limestone that yields gradually to abrasion, becoming smoother in increments so small they're barely perceptible individually, but that accumulate into significant transformation of surface character. Your hands know this rhythm intimately, can maintain consistent pressure and direction without conscious effort, allowing your mind to drift in that space between active thinking and pure awareness, where the best work happens almost automatically. Around mid-morning, you're interrupted by the arrival of Meister Lewin, accompanied by a younger man you don't recognize. Perhaps late 20s, wearing the black of the night's watch beneath a heavy travelling cloak. Still dusted with road dirt, the visitor's face shows the weathered quality that comes from years spent beyond the wall. With eyes that scan constantly, even in the crypt's relative safety, the habitual wariness of someone who's survived in circumstances where letting down guard means death. This is Benjen Stark, Meister Lewin introduces, Lord Eddard's younger brother, first Ranger of the Night's Watch. He's come from Castle Black with information about the tablets you'll be carving. You set down your abrasive and bow appropriately to the first Ranger, awareness of his status adding context to Lord Eddard's commission. If Benjen Stark personally brought the information about fallen brothers requiring memorial tablets, then the casualties must be significant enough to warrant such attention from the Night's Watch leadership. 17 men, Benjen says without preamble, his voice carrying the particular exhaustion of someone who's carried grief for extended period without adequate rest. Veteran rangers mostly, brothers who'd served for years. They went beyond the wall 6 months ago on extended patrol, routine ranging to check on wildling movements and ensure the watch knows what's happening in the lands we're sworn to protect. They never returned. The story is familiar in outline. Ranging parties disappear beyond the wall with unfortunate regularity, swallowed by wilderness that rarely yields its dead for proper burial. But 17 men represent significant loss, even for an organisation that accepts death as constant companion to duty, that requires venturing into lands where survival depends on skill and fortune in approximately equal measure. Lord Eddard mentioned the tablets would be simple, names and dates, you confirm. But if there are particular details you want included, particular ways of honouring these brothers beyond basic identification, I'm willing to incorporate whatever the watch considers appropriate. Benjen produces a rolled parchment from his cloak, a list written in careful hand that shows each man's name, known dates, and brief description of service. You accept it and begin reading, noting that the casualties range from young brothers barely into their 20s to veterans who'd served the watch for 30 years or more. The loss represents substantial erosion of experienced rangers, the kind of casualties that weaken the watch's capability in ways that require years to rebuild through training new brothers to replace dead experts. There's something else, Benjen adds, his tone shifting in ways that suggest the main purpose of this visit, rather than simply delivering information about memorial tablets. One of the missing brothers was Brandon Stark, my nephew, Eddard's son. The revelation hits with physical force despite being information you already knew. Brandon disappeared 3 years ago while serving with the Night's Watch. But hearing it confirmed by his uncle, hearing that his name appears on the list of 17 brothers requiring memorial tablets, transforms abstract knowledge into concrete reality that suddenly connects the two commissions in ways you hadn't fully appreciated. I'm currently completing Brandon's memorial for Lady Catelyn, you say carefully. Lord Eddard commissioned it months ago, before he knew about your current request. The timing is complicated. The timing is appropriate, Benjen corrects. Brandon deserves memorial both here in Winterfell's crypt, among his ancestors, and at Castle Black, among his brothers, who shared his duty. The tablet at the wall won't replace the memorial you're carving. It will complement it, acknowledging that Brandon belonged to two families and earned honour in both spaces. The perspective makes sense once articulated. Brandon's life divided between his birth family in Winterfell and his chosen brotherhood at the wall. A memorial sculpture should honour both aspects of his identity rather than forcing artificial choice between competing claims on his memory. The bust you're carving preserves Brandon as Stark's son and brother. The tablet at Castle Black will preserve him as Night's Watch Ranger, who died serving a duty older than House Stark's rule in the north. I'll create the tablets with the same care I've given to Brandon's memorial, you promise. Each brother deserves to be honoured as individual rather than just name on generic list. If the watch can provide descriptions or personal details about each man, I'll incorporate whatever makes the tablets more than simple identification markers. Benjen's expression shows approval, mixed with relief that you understand what he's requesting. Not just competent execution of straightforward commission, but genuine attempt to honour men who sacrificed everything in service of calling that receives insufficient appreciation from the realm it protects. The watch will provide whatever information helps you create appropriate memorials. Brothers who knew each fallen ranger will describe them. Share stories that might inform how you render their names. Suggest what details would honour their individual characters. After Benjen and Maester Luwin depart, you return to Brandon's memorial with renewed understanding of its significance beyond Lady Catelyn's need for place to direct her grief. This bust represents Brandon's identity as Stark, as son and brother, as young man who grew up in Winterfell's halls before duty called him north to the wall. The tablet you'll carve at Castle Black will represent his identity as ranger, as brother to men who shared danger and hardship in defence of the realm. Both memorials are necessary to capture the complete person. Both honour different aspects of a life that contained multiple valid identities simultaneously. The realisation affects how you approach the remaining finishing work. The face emerging from limestone isn't just Brandon Stark, son of Lord Eddard. It's also Brandon Stark, who chose the Night's Watch, who served beyond the wall, who disappeared during ranging and never returned. The memorial must carry both meanings, must honour both the boy who grew up here and the man who left to serve elsewhere and gave everything in that service. The second day focuses on final detail refinement, adding subtle texture to suggest skin rather than smooth stone, creating the slight irregularities that make faces read as organic rather than manufactured, incorporating the small imperfections that characterize real people rather than idealized representations. You work with the finest tools now, making adjustments measured in fractions of millimeters, changes so subtle they're invisible individually, but that accumulate into significant impact on how the memorial reads from various distances and lighting conditions. The third and final day brings Lord Eddard, Lady Catelyn, and their children to your alcove for formal inspection and approval before the memorial moves to its permanent location in the crypt's main corridor. The family gathers around the workbench in semicircle, examining Brandon's completed face with expressions ranging from Arya's critical assessment to Lady Catelyn's barely controlled emotion, to Lord Eddard's stern acknowledgement that the work meets standards appropriate for House Stark's memorial tradition. "It's finished?" Lady Catelyn asks, her voice catching slightly on the word that carries implications beyond simple completion of commissioned sculpture. "The carving is complete," you confirm. "What remains is installation, mounting the bust on its pedestal, positioning it in the designated space among your family's memorials, completing whatever ceremony or blessing you prefer for such occasions." Lady Catelyn reaches toward Brandon's stone face, her hand finally making the contact she'd restrained during previous visits. Her fingers trace the carved features gently, the kind eyes, the almost smiling mouth, the bent nose that proves this memorial captures her son as he was rather than as idealized version that never existed. Tears slide down her cheeks, unchecked, grief finally finding specific outlet through contact with permanent representation of absent son. "Thank you," she says simply, voice thick with emotion that words can't adequately convey. "You've given me back my son's face, not his presence, not his voice, not his life, but his face preserved against time's attempt to erase him from memory. That's gift beyond price, craft beyond mere skill." Lord Eddard's response is more restrained, but equally significant. "The memorial does honour to Brandon and to House Stark. It will stand among our ancestors with pride, representing a son who served duty faithfully, even when that service took him beyond our protection, and ultimately beyond our knowledge of his fate." Well done, craftsman. The work meets every expectation and exceeds several. The formal approval concludes your direct involvement with Brandon's memorial. What follows is installation handled by the castle's workers under Maester Lewin's supervision, moving the heavy bust to its designated position, mounting it securely on carved pedestal, ensuring it stands level and stable among the other Stark memorials that line the corridor in their eternal watch over family legacy. You observe the installation from respectful distance, ensuring the workers handle the memorial carefully, but not interfering with their labour. The bust is heavy, perhaps 80 pounds of solid limestone, requiring 4 strong men to carry it safely through the crypt's corridors to the space prepared for its placement. The pedestal has been carved by the castle's masons, matching the style of other recent Stark memorials, while incorporating subtle direwolf motifs that connect it to House Stark's ancient sigil. When the installation is complete and workers have departed, you're left alone with Brandon's memorial in its permanent position. The bust stands at shoulder height, positioned so visitors can examine it at close range without needing to look up uncomfortably. The lamplight from nearby sconces catches the carved features at angles you planned during creation, revealing the kind eyes and almost smiling mouth, the bent nose and characteristic Stark cheekbones, all the small details that accumulate into recognizable representation of a young man you never met, but whose face you know intimately through months of careful study and carving. The satisfaction that comes from completed work fills you with quiet pride, not arrogance about skill, but legitimate pleasure in craft well executed, in memorial that achieves its purpose of preserving memory in permanent form, in contribution to tradition that stretches back centuries and will continue centuries forward through the work of sculptors who haven't been born yet, but who will someday stand where you're standing now, examining their own completed memorials and feeling the same mixture of pride and humility that comes from adding small permanence to the ongoing human attempt to defeat death through art and craft and determination to be remembered. Brandon Stark will be remembered now, his face preserved in limestone that will outlast everyone currently alive in Winterfell. His memorial standing among ancestors who've watched over House Stark for 1,000 years, joining that eternal congregation through the work of your hands translating grief and memory and careful descriptions into 3-dimensional representation that captures something true about a young man who disappeared beyond the wall, but whose family refused to let absence become erasure. The evening finds you back in your alcove, preparing for the journey to Castle Black that will begin once spring truly arrives and the roads north become passable. The 17 memorial tablets represent different challenge than Brandon's bust, simpler technically, but more numerous, requiring efficiency while maintaining the quality that honours each fallen brother as individual rather than generic entry on death roll. You spend the evening organising tools and materials for the journey, calculating what you'll need to bring from Winterfell versus what Castle Black can provide, planning the work sequence to maximise efficiency while ensuring each tablet receives adequate attention. The commission will require perhaps 6 weeks at the wall, time away from Winterfell and other work, but necessary to complete the tablets properly and to honour the Night's Watch brothers, who died serving duty that protects the realm, even when the realm barely acknowledges their sacrifice. The night settles around your alcove with its familiar weight, the memorial sculptures watch in their eternal silence. And somewhere in the crypt's depths, Brandon Stark's newly installed memorial takes its place among his ancestors, joining the stone congregation that preserves House Stark's accumulated memory against time's erosive attempt to eliminate everyone and everything that dares to challenge death's patient claim on all things mortal. Tomorrow will bring new work, but tonight there is satisfaction in completion, in memorial finished and installed, in craft executed well enough to meet your standards and the family's needs. The work of preserving memory continues, one carved face at a time, building permanence from cold stone and warm descriptions, defeating time through patient accumulation of careful cuts that transform rock into lasting tribute to those who matter enough to be remembered beyond their brief span of mortal existence. Rest comes more easily tonight than most nights. The body claims its due, and sleep arrives carrying satisfaction that difficult work well done always generates, regardless of whether anyone except those directly involved will ever recognize or appreciate the skill and patience required to transform rough limestone into memorial worthy of standing among the ancient works that define House Stark's long history of preserving family legacy in permanent form. The crypt waits in darkness, the work is done, and tomorrow will bring new challenges, new commissions, new opportunities to practice the craft that's been your calling since you first picked up chisel under your master's guidance in the Riverlands 15 years ago and discovered that stone could be made to yield memory if you approached it with adequate skill and sufficient patience and proper respect for both the material and the memories it preserves. The weeks following Brandon's memorial completion pass in careful preparation for the journey to Castle Black. Spring is coming, the phrase that Northerners speak with mixture of hope and skepticism, knowing that seasons in this land follow patterns measured in years rather than months, that coming might mean tomorrow or might mean weeks hence depending on weather's whims and winter's stubborn refusal to relinquish its hold without final demonstrations of power. You use the waiting time productively, completing the merchant's relief carving and several smaller commissions that arrived while you focused on Brandon's memorial. The work is routine but necessary, paying jobs that finance your craft and maintain reputation among families who might someday commission more significant pieces, the kind of steady employment that allows memorial sculptors to survive between the major works that define careers and build lasting recognition. The castle's rhythm continues around you in patterns so familiar they require no conscious attention. Morning bells and evening prayers, guards changing watch, servants moving through their daily duties, the great hall's meals serving hundreds of workers and household members. Winterfell functions as it has for centuries, maintaining traditions and routines that connect present occupants to ancestors who established these patterns in eras so distant they've passed from memory into legend. You spend several evenings consulting with Benjen Stark about the Night's Watch memorial tablets, reviewing the list of 17 fallen brothers and learning what details might inform how you render each name in stone. Some brothers were veteran rangers known for particular skills, tracking, survival in harsh conditions, combat against wildling raiders. Others were newer recruits who showed promise that was never fulfilled due to early deaths in service to duty they'd barely begun learning. Each deserves individual recognition rather than generic treatment, and Benjen provides stories and descriptions that will help you create tablets that honour specific men rather than simply recording names on uniform markers. Brother Corin was the most skilled ranger the watch had produced in generations, Benjen explains during one such consultation, his voice carrying respect that goes beyond simple professional acknowledgement. Half-hand, we called him, because he'd lost fingers on his right hand years ago, but adapted so well that he fought better with his diminished hand than most men do with full use of both. The tablet should acknowledge that somehow, not just his name and dates, but something that captures what made him exceptional among exceptional men. The challenge interests you despite its complexity. Memorial tablets traditionally show just names and dates, maintaining uniform appearance that emphasizes equality among the honored dead, but incorporating individual details that distinguish one brother from another requires creativity within constraints that the watch's traditions impose. You sketch possibilities, subtle variations in lettering style, small symbols or emblems that suggest individual character, layout choices that acknowledge distinctive qualities while maintaining overall consistency across the full set of tablets. The preparations extend to practical matters as well. Lord Eddard provides supplies for the journey, warm clothing, adequate for conditions at the wall, food and camping equipment for the road north, payment in advance for both the commission work and expenses you'll incur during weeks away from Winterfell. The generosity goes beyond simple business necessity, reflects the Stark family's genuine appreciation for work well done on Brandon's memorial and their commitment to ensuring the Night's Watch receives comparable quality in tablets honouring fallen brothers. Micken helps you pack tools and materials, his practical carpenter's knowledge complementing your sculptor's focus on ensuring nothing essential gets forgotten in the rush of departure preparation. The wall is cold beyond anything you've experienced here, he warns, his scarred hands demonstrating proper folding technique for the fur-lined cloak Lord Eddard provided. Winterfell feels warm by comparison to Castle Black, even in deepest winter. Prepare for that, and bring more layers than you think you'll need. The advice proves prescient when spring finally arrives and the journey north begins. You travel with a small party, 6 men-at-arms for protection, a wagon carrying supplies and equipment, and one of Lord Eddard's household staff members who knows the route to Castle Black and handles logistics that would distract you from mental preparation for the work ahead. The road north from Winterfell follows the King's Road through lands that become progressively less inhabited and more hostile as distance from civilization increases. The first days pass through country that's at least nominally settled, villages and holdfasts where people maintain precarious existence, farming marginal land and herding animals hardy enough to survive northern conditions. The inhabitants watch your party pass with the characteristic northern wariness that strangers always generate, faces showing neither hostility nor welcome, but simple acknowledgement that travellers require observation until proven harmless or dangerous. Beyond the settled lands, the road enters the gift, territory that House Stark granted to the Night's Watch centuries ago to provide agricultural support for the brothers defending the wall. The gift is largely empty now, its farms abandoned as the Watch's numbers dwindled and maintaining cultivation this far north became untenable for the reduced brotherhood. The abandoned homesteads stand as silent testimony to the Watch's declining fortunes, stone foundations and collapsed roofs marking where families once lived and worked, land that's reverting to wilderness, as nature reclaims what human effort briefly held against the North's fundamental hostility to settlement. The emptiness is oppressive in its scale. Days pass seeing nothing except road and surrounding forest, hearing nothing except wind and the occasional cry of ravens circling overhead. The men-at-arms grow more alert as distance from Winterfell increases, their hands never far from weapons, their eyes constantly scanning surrounding terrain for threats that might emerge from the woods, with little warning. You understand their caution without needing explanation. This is country where wildlings raid when they feel bold, where deserters from the Watch sometimes hide when they flee their oaths, where the civilization's protective presence exists only in the armed men travelling through, rather than in any permanent settlement or authority that could provide refuge if trouble manifests. The wall becomes visible 2 days before you reach Castle Black, a massive structure of ice rising hundreds of feet into cold grey sky, stretching east and west beyond sight's limits, dominating the landscape with presence that seems less human construction than geographical feature, as if the gods themselves built this barrier and humans merely maintain what greater powers created. The scale is overwhelming, even at distance, growing more impressive as the road carries you closer, until the wall looms directly overhead, and you understand viscerally why it stood for thousands of years against everything that's attempted to breach or bypass it. Castle Black occupies a position at the wall's base, built against the ice itself in architecture that combines military necessity with the grim functionality that characterizes Night's Watch construction. The castle isn't beautiful or elegant, it's purposeful, designed purely for defense and survival, with none of the aesthetic considerations that southern castles incorporate, even in their military structures. The buildings are dark stone and heavy timber, arranged in compact clusters that maximize warmth retention and minimize vulnerable approaches, everything constructed to withstand both enemy assault and winter's relentless siege that's more dangerous than any wildling army. Your arrival is expected. Lord Eddard sent ravens announcing the commission and your approximate arrival timing. The watch assigns you quarters in one of the dormitory buildings where builders and craftsmen sleep, a long narrow room with 24 beds arranged in close rows, heated by a central fireplace that struggles to maintain temperature against cold that seeps through stone walls, like patient invader that cannot be permanently defeated, only temporarily held at bay through constant fire tending and layered clothing that becomes standard rather than occasional necessity. The Night's Watch brothers you meet show the particular weathering that comes from years spent in conditions that test human limits constantly. Their faces are wind-burned and scarred, their hands calloused and often missing fingers claimed by frostbite or combat injuries. They move with economy that comes from experience teaching that wasted motion in extreme cold can mean death, that efficiency isn't optional luxury, but survival necessity in an environment fundamentally hostile to human presence. Benjen Stark greets you formally in Castle Black's Common Hall, introducing you to the Watch's Commander, Lord Commander Jor Mormont, a grizzled northerner whose weathered face shows decades of service in conditions that age men faster than comfortable southern living ever could. The Lord Commander acknowledges your presence with grunt that might be approval or simple recognition, his attention already returning to the dozen demands that commanding the watch generates constantly. "We've prepared workspace for you in the mason's shed," Benjen explains, leading you across Castle Black's main yard toward a stone building that houses the watch's construction and maintenance operations. It's not comfortable, but it's weatherproof and has adequate light for detail work. We've also gathered brothers who knew each of the fallen rangers. They'll provide descriptions and stories that might inform how you create the memorial tablets. The workspace is indeed uncomfortable, but functional. The shed is perhaps 30 feet long and 15 wide, with workbenches along both walls and tool racks holding the equipment that Watch brothers use for maintaining the wall and Castle Black's various structures. Your area occupies the shed's corner, separated from the Watch's ongoing maintenance work by arrangement of lumber and supplies that creates semi-private space without actually walling off the alcove. The stone for the tablets waits in neat stacks, slate from local quarries, chosen for durability, and because its dark colour will show carved letters clearly without requiring special finishing or treatment beyond basic polishing. Each tablet is perhaps 18 inches tall and 12 wide, with thickness adequate to prevent breaking, but not so heavy that mounting them on the Hall of Faces walls will require extensive structural work. You spend the first evening at Castle Black examining the 17 pieces of slate, planning the layout that will accommodate varying lengths of names and the brief descriptions that Benjen suggested might honour each brother's individual character. The uniformity of the tablets requires careful planning. Each must be recognisably part of the same memorial set, while incorporating subtle variations that acknowledge the men's distinctive qualities and service records. The work begins the following morning in pre-dawn darkness that's Castle Black's normal condition during winter months, when sunlight is brief visitor rather than day's defining feature. You light lamps and begin the careful process of marking the first tablet's layout, using chalk and straight edges to establish guidelines for letters that must be perfectly aligned and consistently sized despite being carved by hand rather than machined with perfect repetition. The name on the first tablet is Corin Halfhand, the veteran ranger that Benjen described as most skilled tracker the watch had produced in generations. You've decided to incorporate subtle hand symbol alongside his name, carved in relief so fine it's barely raised above the slate's surface, acknowledging the missing fingers that gave him his nickname, while honouring the skill that made him legendary among brothers who don't award such recognition lightly. The carving proceeds slowly, letter by careful letter, your hands working with practiced precision despite cold that makes fingers ache even inside the shed's relative warmth. Each letter must be clean and deep enough to remain legible through decades of weathering, carved with consistent depth and width so the overall effect reads as professional craftsmanship rather than crude scratching of names into stone. Time dissolves into the work's demanding focus. Hours pass measured only by lamp oil consumption and the gradual completion of letters that accumulate into names, dates, the brief descriptions that transform memorial tablets from simple death records into tributes to specific men who served and died in defense of a realm that barely acknowledges their sacrifice. Around mid-morning, a brother brings hot tea and hard bread, minimal meal, but welcome warmth and sustenance. You eat without stopping work, the bread held in one hand while the other continues carving, efficiency necessary to complete 17 tablets in the 6 weeks that you've allocated for this commission. The work continues. The rhythm settles into familiar pattern. Mark guidelines, carve letters, check alignment, proceed to next section. The slate yields cleanly to your chisels, its fine grain allowing precise cuts without the unpredictability that limestone sometimes introduces. This is straightforward memorial work, lacking the artistic complexity of Brandon's bust, but carrying equal importance in its function of preserving memory and honouring service. By evening, Corin Halfhand's tablet is perhaps 40% complete. Name carved, dates established, the beginning of the description that will note his legendary tracking skills and the manner of his death beyond the wall, serving duty that defined his entire adult life. The work is good, meeting your standards for this type of memorial, progressing adequately toward the completion that the watch deserves and the fallen brother's memories demand. The evening brings the first of many consultations with brothers who knew the fallen rangers. They arrive in the mason's shed after their duties conclude, settling near your workspace with the particular exhaustion that comes from days spent on the wall or ranging beyond it, sharing stories and descriptions that inform how you'll honour their dead companions in permanent stone. Corin could track anything through any conditions, one ranger explains, his voice carrying respect that borders on awe. I've seen him follow week-old trails through snow and rock, find paths that shouldn't exist, survive situations that would kill lesser men through sheer skill and experience. He trained most of us personally, taught us everything we know about surviving beyond the wall. His death diminished the watch in ways that go beyond simple loss of one skilled brother. The stories continue, other rangers adding details, elaborating on Corin's character and skills, painting picture of a man who embodied everything the Night's Watch values in its most dedicated brothers. You listen carefully, making mental notes about what details might inform the subtle variations you'll incorporate into his memorial tablet, how to honour this particular ranger's legacy through choices about lettering emphasis and the small hand symbol that will distinguish his tablet from the uniform, set while maintaining overall consistency. Similar consultations happen for each of the 17 fallen brothers over the following weeks. Each evening brings new stories, new details, new insights into the men whose names you're carving into slate that will preserve their memory for as long as Castle Black stands and the Night's Watch maintains its ancient tradition of honouring fallen brothers in the Hall of Faces. The work settles into rhythm that fills your days completely. Morning carving sessions that extend through afternoon without break. Evening consultations that inform tomorrow's work. Brief nights of inadequate sleep in the crowded dormitory, where dozens of men snore and shift and occasionally cry out from nightmares that service beyond the wall apparently generates with reliable frequency. The tablets accumulate gradually. Quarin half-hands complete by the end of the first week. 3 more finished by the end of the second. The work progressing steadily toward completion that grows closer with each careful letter carved into dark slate that will outlast everyone currently serving at Castle Black, preserving names and memories for future generations of brothers who will see these tablets and understand that the Watch honours its dead, regardless of how they fell or whether their bodies were ever recovered for proper burial. The cold at Castle Black is indeed worse than Winterfell. Micken's warning proved accurate. Even inside the mason's shed, even with the fire burning constantly, the cold presses in with relentless persistence that makes warmth seem like temporary condition stolen from cold's rightful dominance. You work in multiple layers, keeping your hands near the lamp's warmth between carving sessions, accepting that some level of discomfort is simply unavoidable condition of working here during winter's final grip, before spring truly establishes itself. The brothers treat you with respect that comes from recognizing skilled craftsmen doing necessary work. They don't intrude on your workspace unnecessarily, don't interrupt with idle conversation, but offer assistance when needed and share stories that make the memorial tablets more meaningful than simple execution of commissioned work. The Night's Watch is family in ways that transcend blood relation, bound by shared duty and mutual dependence, that creates connections deeper than many families achieve, even through lifetimes of proximity. You come to understand why Brandon Stark chose this life, why young men leave comfortable homes to take oaths that bind them to service in conditions that test human limits constantly, why the Watch maintains its traditions despite the realm's decreasing support and recognition. There's purpose here, meaning that comes from serving something larger than individual comfort or advancement, honour that comes from defending the realm even when the realm barely acknowledges the threat that the wall holds back. The work continues through the weeks. The tablets accumulate on shelves in the mason's shed, dark slate marked with white letters that will be filled with paint to ensure legibility in the Hall of Faces' dim lighting. Each piece represents a life given in service to duty that demands everything and promises nothing except hard conditions and probable death in defense of people who will never know the fallen brother's name or sacrifice. But the memorial tablets ensure that the Watch itself remembers, that brothers serving now and in future generations will see these names, will understand that service mattered enough to be preserved in permanent form, will draw strength from knowing that their own service will be similarly honoured if they fall defending the realm against whatever threatens from beyond the wall's icy barrier. The work of memory preservation continues, one carved letter at a time, building permanence from a cold slate and warm stories, honouring the dead while inspiring the living, defeating time's attempt to erase those who gave everything in service to calling that defines the Night's Watch through all its long history of standing guard while the realm sleeps. The third week at Castle Black brings a rhythm to the work that feels almost meditative, days measured by tablets, completed rather than hours passed, progress visible in the accumulating finished pieces stacked carefully on the mason's shed shelves. 9 tablets are complete now, each one carved with its brother's name and dates, incorporating the subtle variations that distinguish individual service while maintaining the overall consistency that memorial tradition demands. Tonight's consultation involves a cluster of rangers who knew several of the fallen brothers, and they've gathered in the shed after their watch duties concluded for the evening. The group includes men of varying ages and experience levels, from seasoned veterans with weathered faces showing decades of service to relatively new brothers still learning the skills that will determine whether they survive their first years beyond the wall or become names on future memorial tablets. "Tell me about Stone Snake," you request, setting aside the tablet you've been working on and giving the rangers your full attention. The name alone suggests someone remarkable. Brothers don't earn such distinctive nicknames without demonstrating qualities that warrant special recognition among men who generally resist dramatic gestures or excessive praise. Stone Snake could climb anything, the oldest ranger explains, his voice carrying the particular respect that skilled men show when discussing someone whose abilities exceeded their own. "We called him that because watching him scale cliffs was like watching a snake move, smooth and efficient, finding paths where none seemed to exist, ascending faces that the rest of us wouldn't attempt even with proper equipment and preparation." Another ranger adds details. "He saved my life twice using those climbing skills. Once, when we were trapped on a ridge with wildlings below, he found a route up and over that let us escape when staying would have meant fighting against impossible odds. Second time, when I fell during a crossing and he descended to my position so quickly, I didn't have time to process that I was about to die before he had rope secured and was pulling me back to safety." The stories continue, each brother adding fragments that accumulate into portrait of a man whose particular skill made him invaluable to ranging parties operating in terrain where climbing ability often determined whether missions succeeded or failed. You listen carefully, considering how to incorporate this information into Stone Snake's memorial tablet, perhaps a subtle suggestion of cliff face in the background, or a variation in how his name is carved that suggests vertical orientation, some detail that honours his distinctive skill while maintaining the tablet's overall aesthetic consistency. How did he die, you ask? The question necessary for understanding what the memorial should convey beyond simple identification and dates. The rangers exchange glances, reluctant to discuss details that apparently still carry weight, even months after the incident occurred. Finally, the oldest speaks. "We don't know exactly. The party he was with disappeared during an extended patrol. They went beyond their scheduled return by a week. Then 2 weeks, then it became clear they weren't coming back. We sent search parties, but found nothing except cold camps and signs that they'd been moving quickly, as if pursued or trying to reach safety, that remained just ahead of them." So his tablet will show estimated death date, you confirm, making note of this detail for when you begin Stone Snake's carving, like several of the others whose bodies weren't recovered. The conversation shifts to other fallen brothers as the evening progresses. Each story reveals character through the details that brothers share, the small acts of courage or skill or humour that made individuals memorable among men who all demonstrate exceptional dedication to demanding duty. You're struck by how much these memorial tablets matter to the surviving brothers, how carefully they consider what details should be preserved in stone, how seriously they take their responsibility to ensure their fallen companions are honoured accurately rather than generically. "Brother Dalbridge had a gift for making people laugh," a younger ranger contributes, his voice showing fondness mixed with grief that hasn't fully processed into acceptance. Even in the worst conditions, freezing cold, inadequate food, surrounded by danger, he'd find something absurd about the situation and point it out in ways that made everyone laugh, despite our misery. That skill mattered as much as combat ability or survival knowledge, because maintaining morale beyond the wall is the difference between parties that function effectively and parties that fall apart when conditions get truly desperate. The observation is insightful enough that you make note to incorporate something suggesting this quality into Dalbridge's tablet. Perhaps a slight upturn in how the letters curve, a subtle likeness to the overall composition that suggests the humour that defined his character and made him valuable beyond his technical skills as ranger. As the consultation concludes and the rangers depart to their own rest, you remain in the shed considering what these stories reveal about the Night's Watch and the men who serve it. These aren't nobles seeking glory or commoners without other options. They're individuals who've chosen duty that demands everything and promises nothing except shared suffering and probable death in service to realm that barely acknowledges their sacrifice. The memorial tablets you're carving serve crucial psychological function for the surviving brothers, confirming that their own eventual deaths will be similarly honoured, that service matters enough to be preserved in permanent form even when bodies can't be recovered, and exact circumstances of death remain forever unknown. The work continues through the following days with a renewed understanding of its importance. Each tablet represents not just a fallen brother, but also reassurance to living brothers that the watch remembers its own, that service matters beyond the moment of death, that names will be preserved and stories will be shared even after everyone who knew the fallen personally has followed them into death or simply aged beyond ability to serve in conditions that eliminate those who can't maintain exceptional physical capability. By the fourth week, 13 tablets are complete, and the remaining 4 are progressing steadily toward the completion that's scheduled for the end of your 6th week at Castle Black. The work is exhausting, long days of intense concentration in cold conditions that make every task harder, inadequate rest in crowded quarters where sleep is constantly interrupted, minimal food that provides calories without comfort or variety. But it's also deeply satisfying in ways that paid commissions don't always achieve. You're contributing to tradition that stretches back thousands of years, adding your work to the accumulated efforts of previous craftsmen who've carved memorial tablets for the Hall of Faces, joining the chain of memory that connects the watch's present to its legendary founding. The tablets you're creating will stand alongside ancient works carved by hands dead for centuries, your contribution becoming part of the permanent record that defines the Night's Watch's commitment to honouring those who serve regardless of how they lived before taking the black, or how they died after swearing their oaths. One evening near the end of the 4th week, Lord Commander Mormont visits the Mason Shed to examine the completed tablets and assess progress on those still in production. His inspection is thorough and professional. He examines each piece carefully, checking letter alignment and depth, comparing tablets to ensure consistency while acknowledging the subtle variations that honour individual brothers' distinctive qualities. "Good work," he announces finally, the praise carrying weight because it comes from someone who doesn't offer compliments unnecessarily. "These tablets honour our fallen brothers appropriately while maintaining the standards that the Hall of Faces demands. The watch appreciates skilled craftsmanship in service to our memorial traditions." The formal acknowledgement brings satisfaction that goes beyond simple professional pride. You're executing commission work, but you're also contributing to something larger than individual transaction between craftsman and employer. The tablets will serve the Night's Watch for generations, providing permanent record of service that would otherwise be forgotten as brothers who remember the fallen eventually follow them into death, and memory becomes legend, becomes myth, becomes nothing except these stone markers carved with names and dates and brief descriptions that preserve identity against time's erosive effects. The final days of the commission proceed with the particular intensity that comes from approaching completion on large projects. The last 4 tablets demand the same careful attention as the first, the same dedication to quality regardless of fatigue or desire to simply finish and return to Winterfell's relative comfort. Each letter receives proper depth and alignment. Each date is checked and rechecked against the records Benjen provided. Each subtle variation is considered and refined until it successfully honours the individual brother while maintaining consistency with the overall memorial set. On the morning of the final day of the 6th week, you carve the last letters on the 17th tablet, Brandon Stark's memorial marker that will hang in the Hall of Faces alongside his brothers who shared his duty and his fate. The name feels familiar after months of working on his Winterfell memorial, but this tablet carries different meaning. Here Brandon is honoured not as Lord Eddard's son, but as Brother Brandon, ranger who served with dedication that earned respect from men who don't grant such recognition how easily. The tablet includes brief description beneath his name and dates. Brother Brandon Stark, ranger who served with honour and courage beyond the wall, remembered by his brothers who shared his duty and his commitment to the Watch's ancient purpose. The words are simple but sufficient. Brandon's Winterfell memorial preserves his identity as Stark's son and brother. This tablet preserves his identity as Night's Watch Ranger who died serving calling that transcends family and individual concern. Together, they honour the complete person, someone who is simultaneously Stark and brother, son and ranger, individual with multiple valid identities that memorial sculpture must acknowledge rather than forcing artificial choice between competing aspects of character. The installation of all 17 tablets happens that evening in a ceremony that the Watch conducts with solemn formality despite the simplicity of the ritual itself. The brothers gather in the Hall of Faces, a long stone chamber whose walls hold hundreds of memorial tablets dating back centuries, creating a permanent record of every brother who served the Watch since its founding in the Age of Heroes. The names ascend the walls in chronological rows, the oldest tablets weathered nearly smooth by age, while the most recent show crisp lettering and fresh paint that makes them stand out against the ancient works. They'll eventually join in appearance as time gradually weathers all stone, regardless of how carefully it's initially carved and maintained. Lord Commander Mormont speaks briefly about the 17 fallen brothers, acknowledging their service and sacrifice without excessive sentiment or dramatic gestures that would feel inappropriate for men who died doing exactly what they'd sworn to do when they took their oaths. The Night's Watch doesn't romanticize death. It accepts death as inevitable consequence of serving duty that regularly requires ranging beyond the wall into territory where survival depends on skill and luck in approximately equal measure. The tablets are mounted in a row that will eventually be filled with additional names as more brothers fall in service to the Watch's ongoing mission. Your 17 pieces occupy the centre of this row, with space on either side for future casualties that will require memorial tablets carved by whatever craftsman the Watch commissions when the next major losses occur. The dark slate shows clearly against the wall's stone, the white letters legible even in the Hall of Faces dim lighting, the subtle variations you incorporated visible on close examination, while maintaining the overall consistency that memorial tradition demands. After the ceremony concludes, brothers approach individually to examine the tablets, finding the names of companions they knew and served beside, reading the brief descriptions that capture something essential about each fallen ranger's character and service. You observe from respectful distance, seeing the memorial tablets fulfill their primary function, giving, surviving. Brothers' specific focus for grief and remembrance, preserving memory in permanent form that will outlast everyone present in this hall tonight. Honouring the dead while reassuring the living that their own eventual service and sacrifice will be similarly acknowledged when their time comes to follow their brothers into death. Benjen Stark finds you after most brothers have departed to their evening routines. "Thank you," he says simply, his voice carrying emotion that his usual First Ranger demeanour keeps carefully controlled. "You've honoured our brothers appropriately, preserved their memory with skill that serves the Watch's traditions, while acknowledging each man's individual character. Brandon's tablet especially. It captures something true about who he was here, separate from his identity as my nephew and Eddard's son. He was a good ranger, dedicated to duty, deserving of his place among these brothers who shared his service. the acknowledgement brings satisfaction that goes beyond professional pride. You've succeeded in creating memorials that honour specific men rather than simply recording names on generic markers, that preserve memory while serving the Night's Watch's particular needs and traditions, that contribute meaningfully to the ongoing effort to defeat time's attempt to erase those who died serving duty, that defines the Watch through all its long history of standing guard over the realm. The following morning brings your departure from Castle Black. The wagon is loaded with tools and remaining supplies, the men-at-arms prepared for the journey south, everything arranged for return to Winterfell, where other commissions wait, and the familiar rhythms of your craft can resume in spaces less demanding than Castle Black's harsh conditions. You're grateful for the work completed and relieved to be leaving the wall's extreme cold, ready to return to life that doesn't require constant vigilance against conditions fundamentally hostile to human presence. The road south reverses the journey north through the abandoned gift, past the marginal villages clinging to existence in lands where farming is constant battle against conditions that resist human cultivation, finally reaching Winterfell, where the castle feels almost warm compared to Castle Black, despite the northern climate that southerners find harsh, beyond comfortable tolerance. The journey takes less time returning than it did travelling north. Spring is genuinely arriving now, the roads clearer, the days longer, the conditions marginally less hostile than they were 6 weeks earlier when winter still maintained its grip on the land surrounding the wall. Your arrival at Winterfell brings informal welcome from Lord Eddard and Lady Catelyn, both of whom express satisfaction that the Night's Watch commission was completed successfully, and that Brandon's memorial tablet now hangs in the Hall of Faces, alongside his brothers who shared his duty. The formal commission is complete, payments settled, and your return to normal routines can proceed without the unusual demands that the past months have imposed through combination of Brandon's Winterfell memorial and the tablets carved at Castle Black. The work continues. Tomorrow will bring new commissions, new challenges, new opportunities to practice the craft that's been your calling for 15 years since leaving your master's workshop in the Riverlands, to find your own way as independent memorial sculptor, serving families across the north who value permanent remembrance of their dead enough to commission skilled craftsmen rather than accepting generic markers or simple burial without memorial preservation. But tonight, there is rest earned through 6 weeks of intensive work in conditions that tested your skills and endurance, satisfaction in commission well executed, and quiet pride in contributing to traditions that connect present practice to ancient origins, stretching back through centuries of craftsmen who've dedicated their skills to defeating time through patient accumulation of careful work that transforms stone into lasting memory of those who matter enough to be preserved in permanent form. The crypt waits below, with its memorial sculptures watching in eternal silence. The workshop waits with its tools and materials, arranged for tomorrow's continuation. And sleep comes easily tonight, carrying you through darkness toward the dawn that will bring new work and the ongoing rhythm of craft that fills your days with meaningful purpose and adequate compensation for skills that took years to develop, and that will continue serving families who need memorial sculpture for as long as death continues its patient work on the living. 3 weeks after your return from Castle Black, life has settled back into the comfortable rhythms that characterize work in Winterfell's depths. The commissions flow steadily. A portrait medallion for a minor northern house, relief carvings for a sept being, expanded in Wintertown, several small memorial pieces that families commission to honour recently deceased members. The work is familiar and satisfying, demanding skill without pushing you beyond capabilities that years of practice have made nearly automatic. The evening finds you working on a memorial bust for a merchant family, competent but uninspired commission that pays adequately while requiring limited emotional investment. The face emerging from the limestone is generic northern nobility, carefully carved but lacking the particular character that Brandon's memorial possessed. The kind of work that demonstrates technical skill without achieving the deeper resonance that makes memorial sculpture transcend mere craft to become genuine art. Around what must be quite late in the evening, your lamp is more than half consumed. You hear footsteps approaching your alcove with the particular hesitancy that suggests someone uncertain about interrupting your work. You set down your tools and turn to find a young woman, perhaps 20 years old, wearing the simple but well-made dress that suggests minor nobility or successful merchant's daughter, her face showing nervousness mixed with determination. "I'm sorry to interrupt," she begins, her voice carrying the careful politeness that Northerners teach their daughters, regardless of social class. "Meister Lewin said I might find you working, and that you're the sculptor who created the memorial for Lord Eddard's son." You acknowledge this with a slight nod, waiting for her to explain what brings her to the crypt at such unusual hour. Most commissions come through formal channels, family members approaching during daylight hours, requests arriving through castle administration, introductions facilitated by Meister Lewin or other officials who coordinate between craftsmen and those seeking their services. "My name is Alia," she continues, settling onto the stone bench without waiting for invitation. "My brother died 2 years ago, killed during a wildling raid near Last Hearth. His body was never recovered, but our family wants to honour his memory with a memorial sculpture, something permanent that preserves his face, even though we can't bury him properly in the family plot." The situation is familiar. You've carved several memorials for casualties whose bodies weren't recovered, families seeking some tangible focus for grief when traditional burial isn't possible. The work is emotionally complicated because you're creating memorial for someone who might theoretically still live, despite being presumed dead, though in cases of wildling raids the presumption is usually accurate, given that wildlings rarely take prisoners except under specific circumstances that don't typically apply to young northern men killed defending their homes. "I'd be honoured to accept the commission," you reply, the response automatic after years of similar conversations. "Do you have descriptions of your brother's appearance, sketches or portraits that might help me capture his features accurately?" Aaliyah produces a small wrapped bundle from the bag she carries, a portrait done in charcoal on good paper, showing a young man's face with strong features and serious expression. The work is skilled enough that you can use it as reliable reference for the memorial sculpture, though you'll need additional descriptions to capture the three-dimensional qualities that two-dimensional portraits can't fully convey. "This was drawn by a travelling artist who came through Last Hearth a year before my brother died," Alia explains. "It's the only portrait we have, and it's accurate enough that our family recognises him immediately when they see it. Can you work from this?" You examine the charcoal portrait carefully, assessing what information it provides and what details you'll need to gather through descriptions from family members. The face shows typical northern features: strong jaw, high cheekbones, dark hair worn in practical short style, but also distinctive qualities that suggest individual character rather than generic type. The eyes are set slightly wider than typical proportions. The mouth curves subtly upward, even in serious expression, suggesting someone whose default state leaned toward humour or optimism, despite the harsh conditions that northern life imposes on everyone. This is excellent reference, you confirm, combined with descriptions from you and other family members who knew your brother well. I should be able to create memorial sculpture that captures his appearance and character accurately enough that your family will recognise him in stone. The conversation continues through discussion of practical details, timeline for completion, payment arrangements, what level of detail the memorial should include beyond basic facial features. Aliyah's family has moderate resources, enough to commission memorial sculpture, but not the elaborate full-figure statues that wealthiest families sometimes request. A bust similar to Brandon's memorial seems appropriate, something that can be displayed in the family's tomb or private chapel without requiring the space and expense that larger memorials demand. As Aaliyah prepares to depart, leaving the portrait and a small payment securing your commitment to the commission, she hesitates at the alcove entrance, with expression suggesting there's something additional she wants to ask, but isn't certain how to raise the subject appropriately. "There's one more thing," she finally says, her voice dropping to near whisper, despite the crypt's emptiness, "except for your presence. My brother, when he died, he was protecting someone. A girl from Wintertown who was caught in the raid. He could have fled and probably survived, but he stayed to defend her, even though staying meant facing overwhelming odds. She survived because of his sacrifice. I wanted you to know that, because it seems important somehow that his memorial should honor not just his appearance, but his character, his willingness to give his life so someone else could live." The information transforms the commission from straightforward memorial work into something more emotionally complex. You're not just preserving appearance, but attempting to capture character defined by ultimate selflessness, to honor sacrifice that deserves recognition beyond family grief and private remembrance. The challenge interests you despite its difficulty. How do you suggest such qualities in stone carved to show physical features? How do memorial sculpture convey character that manifested in actions rather than appearance? I'll incorporate that knowledge into how I approach the memorial. You promise. Perhaps something in the expression, the way the eyes suggest determination or courage, the set of the features that implies someone capable of choosing sacrifice over survival. I can't guarantee success in capturing such qualities, but I'll attempt to honor your brother's character as well as his appearance. Aaliyah's expression shows gratitude that goes beyond simple appreciation for accepting the commission. She departs with clear relief that this important task is now in skilled hands, leaving you alone with the charcoal portrait and the challenge of creating memorial that honors not just a young man's face, but his defining choice to protect another at cost of his own life. The evening's remaining work on the merchant's generic bust feels even less inspiring after Aaliyah's visit. You complete the current session mechanically, the work adequate but uninvolved, your mind already turning to the new commission and how to approach memorial sculpture that must somehow suggest qualities of character alongside accurate rendering of physical features. The crypt settles into its deepest quiet as you prepare to conclude the night's work. The memorial sculptures watch in their eternal silence, faces carved by craftsmen who faced similar challenges, attempting to preserve not just appearance but something essential about character, to honor the dead in ways that go beyond simple physical representation, to capture what made them worth remembering beyond their brief mortal existence. You extinguish the lamp and ascend to the castle proper, carrying the charcoal portrait, carefully wrapped to protect it from damage. Tomorrow will bring the beginning of work on this new memorial, this attempt to honor sacrifice through stone that can show only static features but that might suggest, through subtle choices of expression and proportion, something of the courage that defined a young man's final moments. The work continues, the commissions accumulate, and memorial sculpture serves its eternal function of preserving memory while honoring character, of defeating time through patient craft, of giving families tangible focus for grief and lasting tribute to those who mattered enough to deserve permanent remembrance carved in stone that will outlast everyone involved in its creation. Rest comes gradually tonight, consciousness loosening while the mind processes the new commission and begins visualizing approaches to the challenge it represents. Sleep arrives, carrying images of stone faces and charcoal portraits, of young men who died protecting others, of memorial sculpture that must somehow convey not just appearance, but the essential character that actions revealed when circumstances demanded everything and received willing sacrifice in return. Tomorrow brings new work, but tonight there is only the familiar room settling into darkness. Mycon's breathing providing rhythm, and the gradual surrender to rest that the body demands despite the mind's continued processing of challenges that resist simple solutions or guaranteed success. The work never stops entirely. Even in sleep, memorial sculpture continues demanding attention, the eternal responsibility of craftsmen who've chosen vocation that serves the dead, while honouring the living that preserves memory, while building permanence that defeats time through patient accumulation of careful cuts transforming cold stone into warm remembrance of those who matter enough to be preserved beyond their temporary existence, in flesh that fails while stone endures. The work on Alia's brother's memorial begins 3 days after her visit, once you've completed the merchant's commission and cleared adequate time for the more demanding project. The charcoal portrait sits propped on your workbench where you can reference it constantly, the young man's face staring back with serious expression that the travelling artist captured with remarkable skill for what was probably a quick sitting done for modest payment. You've selected limestone again, the same material you used for Brandon's memorial, chosen for its workability and the particular quality it possesses when properly finished, a warmth that harder stones like marble or granite can't quite achieve. Despite their superior durability, the block is slightly larger than necessary, providing margin for error and allowing you to adjust proportions as the work progresses without being constrained by inadequate material. The initial blocking out proceeds through the familiar stages, establishing basic head shape, positioning major features, creating the rough foundation that all subsequent refinement depends upon. You work with broad strokes during this phase, removing large amounts of stone efficiently, not yet concerned with details or finish, but simply creating the underlying structure that will support everything that follows. Alia visits during the second day of work, bringing her mother and younger sister to provide additional descriptions that might inform the memorial's development. The 3 women settle on the stone bench, examining your progress with the particular attention that family members bring to memorials honouring their dead, seeing not just carved stone, but beloved, person emerging gradually from rock's cold embrace. His forehead was slightly broader than the portrait shows, Alia's mother observes, her voice carrying the exhaustion of long grief that hasn't yet processed into acceptance. The artist captured most features accurately, but he underestimated the forehead's breadth. My son had his father's brow, broad and strong, the kind that made him look thoughtful, even when he was simply listening rather than actively considering something complex. You make note of this correction, adding it to the accumulated details that will shape the final memorial. The corrections don't bother you. They're expected and welcome, representing the family's commitment to accuracy rather than simple generic representation. Each detail brings the memorial closer to capturing the actual person rather than idealized approximation. Tell me more about his character, you request, setting down your tools to give them full attention. Not just his appearance, but what made him distinctive as a person? What would people who knew him remember beyond his face? The question opens conversation that continues for perhaps an hour, stories accumulating that reveal character through specific incidents and habitual behaviours. Alia's brother, his name was Joran, apparently possessed quiet courage that manifested not through dramatic gestures, but through consistent reliability in difficult situations. He was the family member everyone turned to when problems needed solving, the brother who helped younger siblings with their struggles, the son who took on responsibilities without being asked because he saw what needed doing and simply did it without expecting recognition or praise. That's why he stayed to protect that girl during the raid, Alia's younger sister adds, her voice showing the particular grief of someone who lost protective older sibling before fully understanding how much she'd depended on his presence. Not because he thought he was a hero or wanted to prove anything, but because someone needed help, and he was there and staying was simply what needed to be done. That was Joran. He did what needed doing, without calculating whether it benefited him or cost too much. The description provides crucial insight into what the memorial should convey. You're not trying to capture warriors' fierce determination or nobles' commanding authority, but rather quiet strength that comes from consistent character rather than dramatic moments, the kind of courage that manifests through daily reliability and willingness to sacrifice when circumstances demand it without requiring audience or recognition. After the family departs, you return to the blocking work with renewed understanding of what you're attempting to achieve. The features need to suggest strength without aggression, determination without harshness, the particular quality that comes from knowing oneself well enough that choices align with character, even when external pressures might excuse different behaviour. The work progresses through the following days with the steady rhythm that memorial sculpture demands. Patient accumulation of small refinements, constant comparison against reference portrait and mental image built from family descriptions, the gradual emergence of face that captures something essential about person you never met, but whose character you're attempting to honour through choices about proportion and expression rendered in cold limestone. Around the 5th day of work, you reach the stage where major features are established and refinement begins. The transition from rough blocking to detailed carving that transforms recognisable approximation into truthful representation. This is the phase where memorial sculpture either achieves its potential or falls short, where the accumulated decisions about proportion and relationship between features either combine into convincing whole or remain disconnected elements that fail to suggest actual person despite technical competence. Joran's eyes demand particular attention. They're the feature that will either convey or fail to convey the quiet strength that his family described as defining his character. You work with smallest chisels, creating the socket depth and eyelid curves that will suggest someone accustomed to looking directly at challenges rather than away from them. Someone whose gaze could be trusted to remain steady, regardless of circumstances that might cause others to flinch or turn aside. The work is demanding in ways that go beyond technical difficulty. You're attempting to capture abstract qualities, courage, reliability, selflessness, through concrete decisions about stone removal, trying to render character traits that manifested through behaviour into static features that must somehow suggest those qualities to viewers who never knew the person represented. The challenge pushes you beyond comfortable craftsmanship into territory where art and memorial function intersect in ways that can't be reduced to simple technical execution. Time dissolves into concentration that makes the crypts cold and the lamp's limited light recede into background awareness, barely registered consciously. The work demands and receives everything you can give it: full attention, refined skill, commitment to honouring someone whose final act deserves memorial that captures not just his appearance, but something essential about why that appearance mattered to those who loved him, and why his absence leaves hollow space that stone can acknowledge, even if it can't fill. By the end of the first week, the face has emerged sufficiently that family members who didn't know Joran personally would still recognise the memorial as depicting specific individual rather than generic northern youth. The broad forehead his mother mentioned is accurately rendered. The eyes suggest steady gaze without harshness. The mouth shows the slight upward curve that apparently characterised Joran's default expression even in serious moments. But something is missing. The memorial is accurate without being fully alive, technically competent without achieving the deeper resonance that makes memorial sculpture transcend craft to become genuine tribute. You can see the deficiency without being certain how to correct it, can sense that additional refinement is needed without knowing exactly what form that refinement should take. The problem occupies your thoughts during evening meal in the Great Hall, continues processing while you prepare for sleep, resurfaces in dreams that mix stone faces with living ones until separating representation from reality becomes impossible, and you wake uncertain whether you've been working or dreaming about working. The answer arrives unexpectedly during the second week's third session, when Alia visits alone and shares additional detail about her brother's death that she'd been reluctant to mention in front of their own mother and younger sister. The girl Joran saved was someone he cared for, she explains quietly, her voice barely audible even in the crypt's acoustic space. Not publicly. Our families didn't approve the match because she was common-born, and we're minor nobility. Nothing grand but enough that marriages are arranged for advantage rather than affection. But Joran loved her, had been meeting her secretly for months before the raid, was planning to approach our parents about making formal suit regardless of the complications it would create. The information recontextualizes everything about the memorial. Joran's sacrifice wasn't abstract selflessness or general protective instinct. It was specific, personal, driven by love for a particular person rather than simply duty or character's general tendency toward helping others. The memorial should somehow acknowledge this, should suggest that his final choice came from heart as well as principle, that staying to defend the girl meant staying to defend someone who mattered to him beyond simple human obligation to protect the vulnerable. Did she survive the raid unharmed, you ask, needing to understand the outcome of Joran's sacrifice? She survived, Alia confirms, physically unharmed but devastated by Joran's death. She's married now, to a tradesman from Wintertown, practical match her family arranged after appropriate mourning period. But she visits our family tomb regularly, leaves flowers on the memorial stone even though Joran's body isn't actually buried there. She knows about this memorial bust you're carving, and she wants to see it when it's complete. I think she needs to know that Joran's been honoured appropriately, that his sacrifice is preserved in permanent form. The conversation provides the missing element you've been searching for. The memorial needs to suggest not just quiet strength, but capacity for love, that made that strength meaningful, not just reliable character, but heart that gave character its particular direction. The difference is subtle but crucial between memorial that honours admirable qualities in abstract and memorial that honours specific person whose qualities manifested through particular relationships and choices driven by love as well as duty. You return to the memorial with fresh perspective, examining what you've carved and determining what adjustments will incorporate this new understanding. The eyes need softening slightly, less stern determination, more warmth that suggests someone capable of deep affection. The mouth's upward curve needs emphasizing, not enough to suggest active smiling, but enough to imply someone whose default state included genuine warmth rather than simple pleasantness. The refinements are subtle, measured in millimeters rather than centimeters, but they transform the memorial's character significantly. The face that emerges through these adjustments suggests someone you trust not just with responsibilities but with confidences, someone whose reliability came from caring about others rather than simply possessing strong character in abstract. The difference between competent and excellent exists in these small choices, in the accumulated decisions that add up to memorial, that captures something true about person rather than simply rendering accurate features. By the third week's end, the memorial approaches completion. The major features are refined to satisfaction. The surface is prepared for final finishing. What remains is the detailed work that transforms good carving into memorial worthy of standing with the best works you've produced. The texture that suggests skin rather than stone. The subtle asymmetries that make faces interesting rather than perfectly symmetrical. The final touches that separate craft from art. Alia brings the girl Joran died protecting. Her name is Mira, during the memorial's final week. The young woman approaches the workbench with obvious apprehension, her face showing the complicated emotions that come from confronting permanent reminder of loved one whose death created hollow space. That time hasn't filled, despite practical necessity of continuing with life, through marriage and daily routines that occupied the space where grief would otherwise prevent all function. She examines the nearly completed memorial in silence for several long moments. Her expression shifting through emotions too complex and rapid to name individually. Finally, she reaches toward the carved face, her hand stopping just short of contact, hovering in space between impulse and restraint the way Lady Catelyn's had when first seeing Brandon's memorial. "It's him," she whispers, voice breaking on the simple statement. "You've captured him exactly, not just his appearance, but something essential about who he was, the kindness, the strength, the way he looked at you like you mattered more than anything else in that moment. How did you do that when you never met him?" The question gets to the heart of memorial sculpture's particular challenge and achievement. "I listened to the stories," you answer. "Your sacrifice gave meaning to all the descriptions, all the details about his character. I carved what people who loved him remembered, and apparently their memories contain truth about who he actually was, rather than just who they wished him to be." Mira finally touches the stone face, her fingers tracing the carved features with gentleness that suggests she's touching living person rather than cold representation. "Thank you," she says simply, "for honouring him this way, for preserving his face so I can remember him accurately, rather than letting memory fade into vague impression that loses specificity over time. This memorial makes his sacrifice permanent, proves that what he did mattered enough to be preserved in stone that will outlast everyone who knew him personally." After they depart, you complete the final refinements with renewed commitment to excellence. This memorial matters not just to Aaliyah's family, but to the young woman whose life Joran saved, to the community that lost someone whose character represented what Northern culture values, even when individual names fade from active memory, into the accumulated past that families and regions carry forward through generations. The completion arrives without ceremony or dramatic moment, simply the recognition that additional work would diminish rather than improve the result, that the memorial has achieved what it can achieve, that Joran's face is now preserved in limestone with accuracy and depth that honours both his appearance and his character's essential qualities. The installation happens in the family tomb outside Winterfell proper, a modest structure that houses several generations of minor nobility, stone building that's weathered by centuries of northern winters, but still sound and maintained with the care that families show towards spaces holding their honoured dead. The memorial bust takes its place on a pedestal near the entrance, positioned where visitors will see it immediately upon entering, where Mira can find it easily during her regular visits with flowers that honour sacrifice that saved her life at cost of his own. Aaliyah's family gathers for brief ceremony that the local septon conducts, simple blessing acknowledging the memorial's completion and Joran's continued presence in family memory despite his absence from their daily lives. The words are formulaic but sincere, serving the function that ritual always serves when grief needs structure to prevent it from becoming overwhelming and preventing the practical necessities that surviving requires. After the ceremony concludes and family members have paid their individual respects, you're left alone in the tomb, examining the completed memorial in its permanent context. The face you've carved looks back with expression that suggests quiet strength and capacity for love, features that capture someone's specific rather than generic representation. Memorial that honours sacrifice while preserving appearance for as long as stone endures and families maintain the tombs, holding their accumulated dead. The satisfaction that comes from work well done fills you with quiet pride, not arrogance about exceptional skill, but legitimate pleasure in craft executed to the best of your ability. In memorial that achieves its purpose of preserving memory while honouring character revealed through ultimate sacrifice. This is why memorial sculpture matters, despite being a profession that serves the dead rather than living. It defeats time's attempt to erase those who matter, preserves faces and stories for futures that would otherwise lose all specific connection to individuals who lived and loved and made choices that defined their character when circumstances demanded everything and received willing sacrifice in return. The work continues. Tomorrow will bring new commissions, new faces, to preserve, new opportunities to practice craft that's been your calling for 15 years, since leaving your master's workshop to find your own way as independent memorial sculptor. But tonight there is satisfaction in completion, in memorial, installed and family satisfied, in another small victory against death's patient claim on memory as well as life. The crypt at Winterfell waits with its accumulated memorials watching in eternal silence. The workshop waits with tools and materials arranged for tomorrow's continuation, and the work of memory preservation goes on. One carved face at a time, one family's grief acknowledged and honoured, one more contribution to humanity's refusal to let absence become erasure, despite time's erosive effects on everything that dares to claim permanence in world where flesh fails and stone endures. Spring settles more firmly over Winterfell through the following weeks, bringing with it the particular quality of northern seasons when winter finally releases its grip and the world transitions from frozen endurance to something approaching livable conditions. The snow melts from the castle's yards, revealing mud and then eventually ground firm enough for walking without constant attention to footing. The days lengthen perceptibly, allowing more work by natural light and reducing the lamp oil consumption that winter's darkness demands. The routine commissions continue filling your days with familiar work, relief carvings for family tombs, portrait medallions for merchants wanting to memorialize successful ancestors, the steady flow of projects that finances your craft while maintaining reputation among northern families who value permanent remembrance of their dead enough to commission skilled memorial sculpture rather than accepting generic markers or simple burial without lasting tribute. Around mid-spring, Meister Lewin appears at your alcove during afternoon work session with unusual request. "There's someone who wants to meet you," he announces without preamble, his weathered face showing the particular expression that suggests the visitor is significant enough to warrant interrupting your work, despite general policy of letting craftsmen work undisturbed during productive hours. You set down your tools and follow Meister Lewin through the crypt's corridors, ascending to the castle proper, where visitors are received in spaces appropriate to their status and the nature of their business. The solar where you meet Lord Eddard during business discussions sits empty, suggesting that whoever waits is someone of lesser status, or that the meeting requires less formal setting than important negotiations demand. Instead, Meister Lewin leads you to a small chamber used for private consultations, perhaps 12 feet square, furnished with simple table and chairs, lit by afternoon sun through narrow window that overlooks the castle's inner yard. An elderly man waits there, perhaps 70 years old, wearing travelling clothes that show quality craftsmanship, but also long use and careful maintenance that suggests someone who's lived well, but not extravagantly, who values durability and function over fashion or display of wealth. "This is Master Cedric," Meister Lewin introduces. "He was your teacher in the Riverlands, I understand. He's travelled to Winterfell specifically to see you and to make unusual request regarding commission work." The revelation hits with surprising emotional force. You haven't seen your master in nearly 12 years, since you completed your apprenticeship and left his workshop to find independent commissions, pursuing the career that training prepared you for, but that required leaving the Riverlands to find adequate work in regions where memorial sculpture maintained stronger traditions than the war-torn areas around your master's original location. "Master Cedric," you acknowledge with bow that's deeper than you'd offer to nobility, genuine respect for the man who taught you everything fundamental about your craft. "I didn't know you were travelling north. Is everything well in the Riverlands?" The old man's face shows the weathering that age and hard living both contribute to, deep lines around eyes and mouth, skin that's taken on leather quality from decades of outdoor work, hands that show the particular scars and deformations that stone carving inflicts on those who practice it long enough. But his eyes remain sharp, assessing you with the same critical attention he brought to examining apprentice work during the years you spent learning under his instruction. "The Riverlands are as they always are," Cedric replies, his voice carrying the particular roughness that comes from years of breathing stone dust in poorly ventilated workshops. "War comes and goes, lords fight their endless disputes, and those of us who carve memorials for the dead continue our work regardless of which armies march through and which castles change hands. But I'm here for personal reason rather than general report on regional conditions." Meister Lewin excuses himself, closing the door and leaving you alone with your former master in the small chamber where afternoon light creates patterns on the stone floor. The silence extends for several moments while Cedric examines you with the same thoroughness he once brought to examining stone blocks for hidden flaws that would reveal themselves only after hours of carving had been invested in pieces that structural imperfections would ultimately ruin. "You've done well," he finally announces, the approval carrying weight because it comes from someone whose standards you internalized during formative years and whose judgment you still value despite decade of independent practice. "Meister Lewin showed me the stark memorial you carved, the young man who disappeared at the wall. Excellent work, particularly considering you never met the subject and worked only from descriptions. The face captures something real rather than simply rendering generic features. That's the distinction between craftsman and artist, and you've achieved it." The compliment brings satisfaction that praise from clients never quite matches. Cedric knows memorial sculpture from inside, understands the technical and artistic challenges in ways that families commissioning work cannot fully appreciate, regardless of how satisfied they are with results. His approval confirms that your work meets standards of the tradition you're part of, that the skills he taught you have been refined rather than degraded through years of independent practice. "I've come to ask something difficult," Cedric continues, settling into the chair with the careful movements that age and long labour both impose on bodies that have spent decades in physical work demanding sustained precision. "I'm dying, nothing dramatic or immediate, but the consumption that's taken several guild members over recent years has settled in my lungs and the physicians. Say I have perhaps a year remaining, maybe 2 if I'm fortunate, and rest adequately rather than continuing to work at pace that my craft has always demanded." The news settles like stone weight in your chest. Grief for impending loss of the man who shaped your professional life. Awareness that death claims everyone eventually, regardless of skill or contribution. The particular sadness that comes from knowing someone important will soon pass beyond reach of any interaction or acknowledgement of how much they mattered during the years when their influence was actively shaping your development. "I want you to carve my memorial," Cedric states simply. "Not immediately. I'm not dead yet and have no intention of commissioning my own tombstone prematurely, as if inviting death to arrive sooner than it would otherwise. But when I die, whenever that occurs, I want your hands to be the ones that preserve my face in stone. You're my best student, the one who took the skills I taught and refined them into something that approaches genuine artistry rather than merely competent craftsmanship. Having you create my memorial would honour me more than I can adequately express. The request is simultaneously honoured privilege and heavy burden. Memorial sculptors rarely carve monuments for those they knew personally. The emotional complexity typically makes the work too difficult, the grief too present, the inability to achieve objective assessment of features too limiting. You've carved memorials for subjects you never met, working from descriptions and portraits and the accumulated stories that families provide. But carving memorial for the man who taught you your craft, working from your own memories rather than others' descriptions, attempting to honour someone whose importance to your life goes beyond simple professional relationship, that represents challenge unlike anything you've previously attempted. I'm honoured by the request, you respond carefully, but also uncertain about whether I'm the right person for such important work. Memorial sculpture for someone personally significant risks being compromised by emotion and subjective memory rather than objective assessment of features and character. Wouldn't commissioning someone more distant serve your memory better? Perhaps, Cedric acknowledges, if objective accuracy was my primary concern. But I'm less interested in perfect physical representation than in being remembered by someone who understands what I dedicated my life to, who shares the commitment to craft that defined how I spent my years and what I contributed to tradition that stretches back centuries before my birth and will continue centuries after my death. You understand memorial sculpture from inside, not just technically, but philosophically, not just how to carve faces, but why preserving memory matters enough to dedicate life to serving the dead rather than the living. The argument is persuasive enough that your resistance weakens, despite legitimate concerns about emotional complications. Cedric isn't asking for perfect technical execution. He's asking for memorial carved by someone who understands what his life meant, who can honour not just his appearance, but his dedication to craft that he passed forward through students like yourself, who've taken his teaching and built careers that extend his influence beyond his individual lifetime. If that's what you truly want, you say slowly, then I'll accept the commission, but not for payment. This will be my gift, my acknowledgement of everything you taught me and how much that teaching has shaped the life I've built through the craft. You made possible for me to practice at a level that generates adequate income while serving families who need memorial sculpture to honour their dead appropriately. Cedric's expression shows satisfaction mixed with relief that this important matter has been settled to his specifications. There's one additional element, he adds. I want the memorial to incorporate something unusual, not just my face, but my hands as well. Specifically, I want them shown holding the tools of our craft, chisel and mallet positioned as they are during actual carving work. Most memorials show subjects in formal poses with symbolic objects, but I want mine to acknowledge honestly what I actually did with my life. Carved stone with these specific tools using these particular hands that developed their skills through decades of patient practice. The request is unusual, but appeals to you immediately. It's honest in ways that traditional memorial sculpture often isn't, acknowledging that Cedric's identity was fundamentally connected to his craft rather than to abstract nobility or symbolic representations of virtue divorced from actual lived experience. Showing him with working tools rather than formal symbols would create a memorial that captures essential truth about who he was and what mattered to him throughout his years. I'll create preliminary sketches showing different approaches to incorporating the tools you offer. We can discuss options and refine the design until it achieves what you're envisioning. The work won't begin until after your death, but planning it now means the memorial will reflect your actual preferences rather than guesses about what you might have wanted. The afternoon extends through discussion of practical details, what information you'll need about burial location and family preferences, what specific tools should be depicted and how they should be positioned, the level of detail appropriate for memorial that will likely be installed in modest location rather than prominent public space. Cedric has no grand illusions about his legacy. He knows he's skilled craftsman rather than legendary artist, accomplished professional rather than innovator who transformed the field through revolutionary techniques or unprecedented achievements. But he also knows his contribution matters. Within the tradition he served, that the students he trained have carried forward skills and standards that extend his influence beyond his individual lifetime. That memorial sculpture continues partly because craftsmen like him dedicated their lives to teaching others what they learned from their own masters in chain of transmission that stretches back to origins lost in legendary past beyond historical records' reach. As evening approaches and Cedric prepares to depart for whatever lodging Winterfell has provided for his brief visit, He offers final observation that stays with you long after he's gone. Memorial sculpture serves the living as much as the dead, you know. We tell ourselves we're preserving memory, honouring the deceased, defeating time's erosive effects, and that's true enough. But we're also providing comfort to grieving families, giving them tangible focus for emotions that would otherwise have no specific outlet, creating permanent acknowledgement that absence matters and that losing someone leaves hole in the world that stone can mark even if it can't fill. The perspective reframes your entire career. You've been thinking of your work primarily as service to the dead, as preservation of memory and legacy, as contribution to tradition that stretches across centuries. But Cedric is suggesting that the primary function is actually service to the living, that memorial sculpture matters because it helps survivors process grief and maintain connection to those they've lost, that the permanence carved in stone provides psychological anchor for people dealing with loss that threatens to unmoor them entirely from stable reality. After Cedric departs, you remain in the small chamber, considering his request and his final observation about memorial sculpture's true function. The commission for his memorial represents different challenge than anything you've previously attempted, not just technically, though incorporating working hands and tools will require careful planning and skilled execution, but emotionally, attempting to honour someone whose importance to your own life goes beyond simple professional relationship into territory where objective assessment becomes difficult, if not impossible. But perhaps that difficulty is exactly what makes the commission important. Perhaps attempting to carve memorial for someone personally significant will push you beyond comfortable technical competence into deeper engagement with why memorial sculpture matters, what it actually accomplishes beyond surface function of preserving appearance, how it serves the complex human need to acknowledge that individual lives matter enough to be marked permanently, despite the universe's fundamental indifference to whether particular humans are remembered or forgotten by those who briefly follow them before themselves, returning to dust that makes no distinction between famous and forgotten, honoured and ignored, those who mattered and those who didn't. The evening finds you back in the crypt, working on current commission, but thinking about the future work that waits. The memorial for Master, who taught you everything fundamental about your craft. The attempt to honour someone whose face you know intimately from years of daily interaction during formative period when your identity as craftsman was being established through his patient instruction and demanding standards. The work will be difficult, but difficulty is what makes craft meaningful, what transforms simple technical execution into genuine achievement, what separates memorial sculpture that matters from memorial sculpture that merely exists as competent but uninspired fulfillment of commissioned obligations. The crypt waits with its accumulated memorials, watching in eternal silence. The workshop waits with tools that will someday carve your master's face in stone that will outlast everyone currently alive. And the work continues, one piece at a time, one face, preserved one more contribution to the ongoing human attempt to defeat death through memory, made permanent in material that endures while flesh fails. Rest will come when the body demands it, but tonight there is the weight of new commission accepted, the awareness of impending loss that makes present moments more precious, and the quiet determination to honour someone whose influence shaped the life you've built. Through craft he taught you during the years when you were student, and he was master, and the relationship was simple, even though the work was demanding. Tomorrow continues what tonight has begun. The current commissions demand attention. But underneath the immediate work, the future project waits, the memorial that will test everything you've learned, that will require bringing full skill and emotional depth to task of honouring someone whose importance to your development cannot be overstated, even though his name will be forgotten by everyone, except the few students who learn directly from his hands, and the even fewer who might remember those students after everyone involved has returned to Earth. that claims all flesh regardless of how much it accomplished or how well it served the purposes it chose during brief span between birth and death's inevitable claim. The seasons continue their progression through summer's warmth and the early hints of autumn's return, bringing with them the steady flow of commissions that fill your days with familiar work. The memorial for Joran stands in his family's tomb, visited regularly by Mira, who maintains her habit of bringing flowers despite the practical marriage that's carried her life forward into new directions that honour the past without being trapped by it. The Stark Memorial watches from its place among the family's honoured dead, Brandon's face preserved in limestone that will outlast the castle above it. Around mid-autumn, you receive unusual visitor during afternoon work session, a young girl perhaps, 12 years old, wearing simple dress that suggests common birth and practical upbringing, her dark hair pulled back in no-nonsense braid, her face showing the particular seriousness that children sometimes develop when circumstances have forced them to grow up faster than childhood typically allows. She stands at your alcove entrance uncertainly, clearly wanting to speak but unsure about whether interrupting your work is appropriate or whether her presence in the crypt is even permitted. You set down your tools and gesture for her to approach, recognizing that whatever brings a child to Memorial Sculptor's workspace is probably important enough to warrant interrupting current commission work. "Are you the sculptor who made the memorial for Lord Stark's son?" she asks, her voice carrying the careful pronunciation that suggests someone who's learned proper speech through attention and practice, rather than growing up hearing it constantly in a household where education and refinement are simply expected conditions of daily life. You acknowledge this with nod, waiting for her to explain what brings her to the crypt. Children don't typically seek out memorial sculptors. They're brought by parents commissioning work, or they encounter craftsmen, incidentally during family visits to tombs where honoured dead reside. But this girl has come alone, apparently on purpose, suggesting that her business is personal rather than facilitated by adult authority. "My father died 3 months ago," she explains, settling onto the stone bench without invitation, in the way children sometimes do when they're focused on important matters and forget about propriety that adults observe even when it's inconvenient. "He worked in Wintertown as a carpenter, nothing grand, just practical furniture and building repairs, the kind of work that keeps a family fed but doesn't generate wealth or status that anyone would notice." The story is familiar. You've heard variations countless times during your career. Someone dies, family wants to honour their memory. Memorial sculpture is considered, but often proves too expensive for common families, whose resources barely cover daily necessities, much less permanent stone tributes that require skilled craftsmen's time and expertise. "My mother can't afford to commission proper memorial," the girl continues, confirming your expectation. "She's working in the castle kitchens now, trying to support my younger siblings on what she can earn, and there's nothing left over for stone carvings or permanent memorials. But I wanted to ask, is there any way you might consider creating something small? Nothing elaborate, just my father's name, carved in stone, maybe a simple marker that could be placed where he's buried in Wintertown Cemetery. I know it's asking charity, and I have nothing to offer in payment except gratitude, but I thought maybe..." She trails off, the adult speech patterns breaking down as emotion overwhelms her attempt to present mature request that might be taken seriously despite coming from child who can't offer proper compensation. You recognise the particular grief that drives her request, not just sadness about loss, but fear that her father will be forgotten entirely, that without permanent marker his grave will eventually be lost among the common burials that receive simple wooden markers that weather and rot within decades until nothing remains to show that specific person was buried in specific location. The request touches something fundamental about why memorial sculpture matters. Your paid commissions serve wealthy families who can afford elaborate tributes, full sculptures that preserve faces and characters in permanent form. But the impulse to mark death and preserve memory exists across all social classes, among common families as much as nobility, among those whose daily labour leaves nothing for luxuries, as much as among those whose resources permit commissioning skilled craftsmen for work that goes beyond simple necessity. What was your father's name, you ask, making decision even before fully processing its implications? Gareth, she replies, hope flickering across her face, as she recognises that you're considering her request seriously rather than dismissing it as inappropriate or impossible. Gareth the carpenter. That's how people in Wintertown knew him. Not by family name, which doesn't matter much among common folk anyway, but by his trade and his reputation for honest work and fair pricing. You consider what you can create that would honour this request without requiring resources you can't afford to donate or time that would compromise your paying commissions. A simple name marker, perhaps 12 inches tall and 8 wide, carved in local stone rather than imported limestone, lettered in plain style rather than elaborate script, would take perhaps a day's work, including time to acquire appropriate stone and complete basic finishing. The cost in materials would be minimal and the time investment manageable if you approach it as personal project rather than commissioned work requiring extensive client consultation and multiple refinement stages. I'll create a memorial marker for your father, you announce, watching her face transform from cautious hope to genuine joy. Nothing elaborate, but permanent stone with his name, carved properly, so it will remain legible for generations. You'll need to show me where he's buried, so I know what size and style of marker will be appropriate for the location. The girl's gratitude overflows in tears and stammered thanks that make you uncomfortable in the way that extreme emotion always does. You're craftsman, not confessor, accustomed to working in solitude on commissions negotiated through formal channels, rather than in direct emotional connection with families experiencing raw grief without time or resources to process it into the more manageable forms that memorial sculpture usually engages. Over the following days you acquire suitable stone from the castle's mason, a piece of local granite that was cut for wall repairs but proved to have internal flaw making it unsuitable for structural use, while remaining perfectly adequate for memorial marker that doesn't bear weight or require perfect uniformity. The stone is darker than limestone you typically work with, harder and more resistant to carving, but also more durable against weather and the particular conditions in Wintertown Cemetery, where markers endure exposure to elements without the protection that crypts and tombs provide for more elaborate memorials. The carving proceeds during evening hours, after your paying commissions are complete for the day, working by lamplight in the crypt's familiar space, where you've created countless memorials over the years of practice. The letters are simple, but carefully formed. Gareth the carpenter, in plain script that will remain legible despite weathering, dates of birth and death beneath, small chisel and saw carved in relief at the bottom as symbols of his trade and the work that defined his daily existence. The piece is modest by any standard, nothing that would draw attention or recognition from those who assess memorial sculpture for artistic merit or technical achievement, but it serves its fundamental purpose of marking death and preserving identity, of ensuring that Gareth's grave will remain identifiable rather than dissolving into the anonymous earth that claims all flesh, regardless of whether stone marks the location, where specific body returns to dust that makes no distinction between carpenter and lord, common labourer and noble heir. The installation happens on a grey autumn afternoon when you accompany the girl, her name is Lyra, you've learned during the week of creating her father's marker, to Wintertown Cemetery, where common families bury their dead in plots marked with wooden crosses that weather into illegibility within decades. Gareth's grave is fresh enough that the wooden marker his family erected still stands clearly, but already the elements are beginning their patient work of erosion that will eliminate the carved letters within a generation if nothing more permanent replaces them. You set the granite marker in place of the wooden cross, digging adequate foundation to ensure the stone stands vertical despite ground heaving from freeze-thaw cycles that northern climate imposes. The work is physical rather than artistic, practical labour rather than skilled craft, but it's necessary to ensure the memorial serves its function beyond the immediate present into the decades and centuries when everyone currently living will have followed Gareth into earth that cemetery serves. Lyra watches in silence while you work, her young face showing complicated emotions that adults learn to mask, but children often display directly. Grief for father lost, satisfaction at seeing permanent marker installed, awareness that this stone represents more than simple identification of burial location. The memorial acknowledges that Gareth mattered enough to be remembered, that his life and work contributed something worth preserving, despite his lack of wealth or status or anything except the daily labour that supported family and served customers who needed his particular skills. Thank you, she says, simply, when the marker is positioned and you've tested its stability against pushing and confirmed it will withstand the weather and accidental contact that cemetery markers endure. You've given my father something that our family couldn't provide on our own. Permanent memorial that means he won't be forgotten, that his grave will remain marked even after everyone who knew him personally has followed him into death. The gratitude is sincere, but also reveals the fundamental inequality that memorial sculpture serves. Wealthy families can afford elaborate tributes that preserve faces and characters in detailed permanent form, while common families struggle to provide even simple markers that acknowledge death occurred in specific location at specific time. Your work serves primarily those with resources to commission it, leaving vast majority of human deaths unmarked except by wooden crosses that weather into nothingness within generations. But occasionally, through small gestures like this marker for Gareth, memorial sculpture can extend its service beyond those who can pay for it, can acknowledge that the impulse to preserve memory exists across all social classes, that death matters to common families as much as to nobility, even though their resources permit less elaborate recognition of that significance. You return to Winterfell with quiet satisfaction that goes beyond what elaborate paid commissions typically generate. The marker for Gareth is your best work. Its simple identification, carved in sturdy stone using basic lettering that required minimal technical skill, but it serves important function for family who needed it and couldn't have obtained it through normal commercial channels, represents contribution to the human project of resisting erasure through permanent marking of deaths that might otherwise leave no trace except the hollow spaces in families that continue living after their members die. The work continues. Tomorrow will bring return to paying commissions, to elaborate memorials for families whose resources permit skilled craftsmanship and artistic ambition. But tonight there is satisfaction in having served someone who needed memorial sculpture, despite inability to pay for it, in having extended crafts benefits beyond the wealthy to include at least one common family whose grief deserves acknowledgement, regardless of whether they possess resources to commission proper tribute. The crypt waits with its accumulated memorials, watching in eternal silence. The workshop waits with tools and materials arranged for tomorrow's continuation. And somewhere in Wintertown Cemetery, a granite marker stands over Gareth's grave, preserving his name and trade against the weather's patient attempt to eliminate all traces that specific person was buried in specific location at specific time in world where most deaths leave no permanent mark except the grief that eventually fades, as those who remember follow the remembered into earth that makes no distinction between marked and unmarked graves. Memorial sculpture defeats death in small ways, one carved name at a time, and tonight that victory extends beyond the wealthy to include one carpenter whose daughter cared enough to seek help from strangers she'd never met, trusting that craftsman who serves the dead might be willing to serve one more family despite their inability to offer proper payment for work that required skill and time and commitment to principle. That memory matters regardless of social class or available resources for commissioning permanent tributes. Rest comes more easily tonight than most nights. The body claims its due, and sleep arrives carrying satisfaction that difficult work well done always generates, amplified by knowledge that craft has served someone who genuinely needed it, rather than merely adding to the accumulated memorials that wealthy families commission, because tradition and resources permit them to mark deaths that would be marked anyway, through family records and inherited property, and all the structures that wealth provides for preserving identity across generations. The work continues, tomorrow and tomorrow, one face preserved, one name carved, one more small victory against time's erosive attempt to eliminate everyone who dares to matter to those who briefly follow them before themselves, returning to dust that claims all flesh regardless of how well it served or how much it achieved during brief span between birth and death's inevitable claim. Winter returns to Winterfell, as it always does, the seasons completing their cycle and bringing with them the cold that defines northern existence. The work continues through the shortened days and lengthened nights, commissions flowing steadily from families who need memorial sculpture for deaths that occur regardless of season or convenience, that demand acknowledgement even when conditions make the work more difficult and the crypts cold, more aggressive, against hands that must maintain dexterity for precise carving. The raven arrives on a grey morning in the deep part of winter, carrying news you've been expecting, but hoping might be delayed further. Master Cedric has died in his workshop in the Riverlands, his lungs finally failing after the long decline that consumption imposes on those it claims. The message is brief and formal, written by one of his remaining students who's taken over the workshop and the responsibility of ensuring his master's final wishes are executed according to specifications that Cedric provided before his death. You read the letter multiple times, processing the information that transforms future commission into immediate obligation, abstract project into concrete work that must begin as soon as practical arrangements can be made. Cedric wanted his memorial carved by your hands specifically, wanted the work to incorporate his tools and show him as he actually was rather than in formal pose divorced from the craft that defined his existence. The responsibility weighs heavily. You're attempting to honour the man who taught you everything fundamental about memorial sculpture, working from your own memories rather than others' descriptions, carrying full weight of decades of relationship and influence that shaped your professional identity in ways that go beyond simple technical training. The initial sketches begin that evening in the crypt's familiar space, working by lamplight while winter presses against the castle, with the particular intensity that deep cold achieves when it's determined to remind humans that their presence in the north is conditional on constant effort to maintain warmth and shelter against conditions fundamentally hostile to survival. You sketch Cedric's face from memory, the deep lines around eyes and mouth, the particular weathering that decades of stone dust and outdoor work both contribute to, the expression that combined critical assessment with underlying warmth that marked him as demanding teacher who genuinely cared about students' development rather than simply enforcing standards without concern for individual progress. The face emerges on paper through accumulation of quick studies, each one capturing different aspects of features you remember from years of daily interaction. The broad forehead that suggested intelligence without arrogance, the prominent nose that had been broken at some point and healed with slight asymmetry that made it more interesting than perfect symmetry would have achieved. The mouth that could shift rapidly from stern criticism to genuine smile when student work demonstrated real understanding rather than mere technical competence. But the face alone feels insufficient. Cedric specifically requested that the memorial incorporate his hands and tools, acknowledging that his identity was fundamentally connected to craft rather than to abstract qualities or symbolic representations divorced from actual work he performed. The challenge is creating composition that includes both face and hands, without creating awkward arrangement that looks forced or unnatural, that honours his request while achieving aesthetic result worthy of memorial sculpture, that will stand among whatever works other craftsmen create when they honour their own dead. The solution arrives through multiple failed attempts and gradual refinement, a bust that extends slightly lower than typical portraits, showing not just head and shoulders, but arms positioned as if Cedric is actively carving, his hands holding chisel, and mallet in positions that anyone familiar with memorial sculpture would immediately recognise as authentic working stance rather than symbolic gesture. The pose is active rather than static, suggesting motion, frozen mid-action, rather than formal seated position that most memorial sculptures adopt. The technical challenges are substantial. Hands are notoriously difficult to carve convincingly, requiring precise understanding of anatomy and how fingers actually position themselves around tools during work. The relationship between hands and tools must be accurate enough that knowledgeable viewers recognize authentic grip rather than approximate gesture that might fool casual observers but would offend anyone who actually practices the craft. The overall composition must balance active working pose against the dignity that memorial sculpture traditionally maintains, honouring Cedric's wish for honest representation without creating result that seems undignified or inappropriate. For permanent tribute, the limestone block you select is larger than typical bust requires, providing adequate material for the extended composition that includes both face and working hands. The stone is imported from the same quarries that provided material for Brandon's memorial, and the other substantial works you've created over years of practice, chosen for workability and the particular quality it achieves when properly finished. Warmth that harder stones can't quite match despite superior durability. The carving begins in the deep part of winter, when the shortest days and longest nights create conditions that seem designed to test human commitment to continuing work despite environment's active hostility to comfort or ease. You work by lamplight almost exclusively, the natural light too brief and weak to support the sustained sessions that memorial sculpture demands. The cold is aggressive, even in the crypt's depths, requiring frequent breaks to warm hands near the lamp's heat. Accepting that progress will be slower than during more favourable seasons, but refusing to delay the work until spring brings conditions more conducive to sustained physical labour in stone's unforgiving medium. The face emerges first, blocking out the basic structure, establishing major features, creating foundation that all subsequent refinement depends upon. Your hands know Cedric's face intimately, from years of daily observation during apprenticeship, when you were learning to see as sculptors must see, to perceive faces as planes and angles and relationships between features, rather than simply as faces recognized without analytical assessment of their component structure. The accumulated visual memory guides your work more reliably than reference portraits could, providing information about three-dimensional form that two-dimensional images can't fully capture. But working from memory creates particular challenge. You must distinguish between how Cedric actually appeared and how your memory has transformed his features over the decades since you last saw him. Memory idealizes or distorts, emphasizes certain features while minimizing others, creates composite impression that may not match photographic accuracy, but that captures something essential about how person registered in your consciousness. The question becomes whether you're carving Cedric as he objectively was, or Cedric as he existed in your memory and experience, and whether that distinction matters for memorial sculpture that serves psychological and emotional functions as much as historical record. The weeks pass in patient accumulation of refinements, the eyes that must suggest critical assessment without harshness, the mouth that must convey stern standards without losing underlying warmth, the overall expression that captures someone demanding but fundamentally supportive, someone whose criticism aims to improve rather than to diminish. The features accumulate through careful cuts, each one bringing the memorial closer to capturing your master as you remember him rather than as generic representation of skilled craftsmen. The hands present their own challenges, demanding even more attention than the face because they must be shown in active working position that requires anatomical accuracy. Viewers might not consciously assess but would instinctively recognize as wrong if the positioning failed to convince. You study your own hands holding tools, understanding how fingers actually wrap around chisel and mallet, how weight distributes, how the pose that looks natural requires specific angles and relationships that approximate positioning won't achieve. The tools themselves, chisel and mallet, must be rendered with precision that honours their importance to Cedric's craft and identity. These aren't symbolic objects, but actual implements that his hands shaped through years of use, that bear the marks of his particular grip and working habits, that represent connection between craftsman and craft that defines memorial sculpture as much as the faces it preserves. You carve them with the same attention you bring to facial features, ensuring they're recognisable as specific tools rather than generic representations that could be anything vaguely tool-shaped. Spring arrives while the memorial remains perhaps 60% complete, the major elements established, but the detailed refinement still demanding weeks of patient work. The warming temperatures and lengthening days make the carving physically easier, allowing longer sessions without the constant interruptions that winter's cold imposed. You push toward completion with renewed energy, aware that the memorial represents your most important commission, regardless of whether anyone except you recognizes its significance. Around what must be early spring, the exact date has become irrelevant. During the weeks of intensive focus on single project, you reach the stage where further refinement risks overworking the piece, where additional cuts would diminish rather than improve the result. The memorial is complete in all essential aspects, ready for final surface preparation and the installation that will place it in whatever location Cedric's family has designated for honouring their dead. The memorial shows Cedric as he was, weathered face suggesting decades of work, in conditions that aged craftsmen faster than comfortable existence would, hands positioned authentically around tools that defined his daily labour, overall composition capturing someone actively engaged in craft rather than formally posed in static dignity, divorced from actual lived experience. The work is honest in ways that memorial sculpture often isn't, acknowledging that Cedric's identity centred on work he performed rather than on abstract qualities or symbolic virtues that tradition associates with commemorative art. But completing the carving brings unexpected complication. Cedric is buried in the Ahim Riverlands, in a region that's dangerous to travel through, and that you haven't visited in over a decade since leaving your master's workshop to pursue independent career in the north. Transporting the memorial south would require significant resources and time, creating practical difficulties that might prevent the memorial from ever being installed in its intended location. The solution arrives through correspondence with Cedric's remaining student, who inherited the workshop and the responsibility of managing his master's final arrangements. Rather than transporting the memorial south, he suggests that it remain at Winterfell in the crypt's memorial alcoves, creating permanent tribute that honours Cedric's connection to you as his most successful student, while acknowledging that memorial sculpture serves memory rather than requiring proximity to physical remains that have returned to earth regardless of where stone markers stand. Lord Eddard grants permission for the memorial's installation in one of the crypt's minor alcoves, not among the Stark family members, which would be inappropriate, But in the section where master craftsmen who served Winterfell are honoured with modest memorials, acknowledging their contributions to castle's construction and maintenance over centuries of service, the location is appropriate and meaningful, placing Cedric among other craftsmen whose skills contributed to northern culture's particular character, even though their names aren't preserved in songs or histories that celebrate nobles and warriors, rather than those whose patient labour created structures and sculptures that outlast the battles that chronicles obsess over. The installation happens without ceremony or witness, except yourself and the castle workers who help position the heavy bust on its designated pedestal. The memorial stands in its permanent location, Cedric's face watching the crypt's corridors with expression that captures his particular combination of critical assessment and underlying warmth, his hands forever frozen in working position, that honestly acknowledges what he actually did with his life, rather than how tradition might prefer to remember skilled craftsmen through symbolic poses divorced from authentic daily labour. You stand before the completed memorial for extended time after workers have departed, examining your work with critical eye that Cedric himself taught you to apply to memorial sculpture, regardless of whose hands created it. The piece is good, not perfect, because perfection is impossible when working from memory and attempting to capture someone whose importance to your development creates emotional complications that purely technical assessment can't accommodate. But it's honest and skilled and meaningful in ways that go beyond simple craft execution, honouring someone who deserves honouring through the medium he dedicated his life to mastering and passing forward to students who will carry his influence. Beyond his individual lifetime, the satisfaction that comes from completing this memorial differs from what paid commissions generate. This work was personal rather than commercial, gift rather than service purchased through normal channels. Attempt to honour someone whose influence shaped your professional identity in ways that go beyond simple technical training. The memorial stands as acknowledgement of debt that can never be fully repaid. What Cedric gave you through his teaching enabled everything you've achieved, every commission you've completed, every family you've served through memorial sculpture that preserves memory against time's erosive attempt to eliminate everyone who dares to matter. The work is done. The memorial stands, and somewhere in the Riverlands, Cedric's body has returned to earth that makes no distinction between master craftsmen and those they taught, between skilled hands and clumsy ones, between those who devoted lives to defeating time through permanent art and those who never considered that such defeat might be possible or worthwhile to attempt. But here in Winterfell's depths, in the crypt's memorial alcoves where master craftsmen are honoured, Cedric's face watches with eternal patience, his hands forever holding the tools that defined his existence, his memorial acknowledging that some lives matter enough to be preserved in stone that will outlast everyone currently breathing, that craft deserves honouring as much as conquest, that patient accumulation of skill through decades of practice contributes to human culture as significantly as dramatic gestures that histories celebrate, while ignoring those whose quiet labour created foundations making dramatic gestures possible. The crypt waits in its familiar silence. The memorial sculptures watch their eternal watch, and the work continues, one face preserved, one life honoured, one more small victory against death's patient claim on memory as well as life, one more contribution to the ongoing human project of refusing to accept that absence must become erasure simply because time continues its inevitable progression from past through present toward futures that will forget everyone except those whose memory someone cared enough to preserve in permanent form. Tomorrow will bring new commissions, but tonight there is rest earned through completion of most important work you've yet attempted. Memorial that honours the man who made all other memorials possible through his teaching and patient guidance during years when you were learning craft, that's become your calling and your contribution to tradition, stretching back through centuries of craftsmen who've dedicated their skills to serving the dead while honouring the living through the permanent acknowledgement that some lives matter enough to defeat time's erosive effects, through art that endures while flesh fails. Sleep comes easily tonight. The work is complete, and the memorial stands as lasting tribute to the master who taught you that stone can preserve what death attempts to claim, that craft matters enough to dedicate life to its service, that memorial sculpture defeats time through patient accumulation of careful cuts that transform cold rock into warm memory of those who mattered enough to be remembered, regardless of whether fame or fortune accompanied their brief passage through world that continues without them, but that's diminished by their absence in ways that only those who knew them personally can fully recognise or adequately mourn. The seasons continue their eternal progression, summer warmth giving way to autumn's cooling, winter's cold yielding eventually to spring's renewal, and the work continues through them all. The commissions flow steadily from families who need memorial sculpture for deaths that occur regardless of convenience or desire, who seek permanent acknowledgement that their dead mattered enough to be preserved in stone that will outlast the grief that drove them to commission skilled craftsmen's services. You've been carving faces in Winterfell's depths for 7 years now, long enough that the crypt's cold has become familiar rather than hostile, long enough that the memorial sculptures, watching from their eternal positions, feel like colleagues rather than reminders of death's patient claim on everyone who breathes. The alcove that holds your workshop has accumulated tools refined through constant use, techniques improved through repetition, understanding deepened through the accumulated experience that only sustained practice can provide. Brandon Stark's memorial stands in the main corridor, his face preserved in limestone that's already beginning to show the first subtle signs of weathering that centuries will deepen into the smooth patina that marks the oldest Stark memorials. Lady Catelyn visits regularly, finding comfort in the permanent representation of her son, whose body never returned from beyond the wall, but whose memory remains present through stone that keeps his face clear when biological memory begins its inevitable fading. Joran's memorial in his family tomb receives flowers that Mira continues bringing despite the years that have passed since his death, and her necessary continuation into life that includes husband and children who never knew the young man who gave his life to save hers. The memorial preserves what biological memory loses, the specific features, the exact proportions, the particular expression that characterised someone when they were alive and present in world that continues without them. Cedric's memorial watches from its alcove in the craftsman's section, his working hands forever holding tools that defined his existence, his face showing the critical assessment that made him demanding teacher, while underlying warmth made that demand bearable and ultimately beneficial for students who learned craft through his patient instruction and exacting standards. And in Wintertown Cemetery, a granite marker stands over Gareth's grave, weathering slowly but remaining legible, preserving his name and trade against the elements' patient attempt to eliminate all traces. That specific carpenter was buried in specific location at specific time in world where most deaths leave no permanent mark except grief that fades, as those who remember follow the remembered into earth. These are your contributions to the ongoing human project of refusing erasure, of insisting that individual lives matter enough to be preserved beyond their brief biological existence, of defeating time through permanent art that acknowledges death while preserving memory and form that will outlast everyone currently alive to remember the dead directly, rather than through stone representations that become primary sources when biological memory fails or when generations pass without anyone remaining who knew the deceased as living, breathing person rather than memorial sculpture alone. The work continues. Tomorrow will bring new commissions, faces that need preserving, stories that need honouring, families that need tangible focus for grief that would otherwise have no specific outlet. You'll spend hours in the crypt's cold, chisel in hand, transforming rough stone into refined memorial, preserving what death claims, while honouring what lives mattered to accomplish, or simply to be in world that's diminished by their absence, even if that diminishment is recognised only by small circles of family and friends, rather than by wider world that moves forward without noticing that specific person has ceased to breathe. But tonight, as lamplight dims and the day's work concludes and sleep approaches, with its temporary release from consciousness that demands constant engagement with world and its endless demands, there is quiet satisfaction in craft well practiced, in memorial sculpture that serves important function, regardless of whether fame accompanies the work or fortune accumulates through its execution. The crypt settles into its deepest quiet, the memorial sculptures watching their eternal watch. The faces carved by hands, long returned to dust, still visible through lamplight that moves across stone features carved decades or centuries ago by craftsmen who shared your calling and your commitment to preserving memory through permanent art that defeats time's erosive attempt to eliminate everyone who dares to matter to those who briefly follow them before themselves returning to earth that claims all flesh, regardless of how well it served its temporary purposes during brief span between birth and death's inevitable claim. You extinguish the lamp, letting darkness claim the alcove until tomorrow brings renewed light and renewed work on whatever memorial currently demands attention. The ascent to the castle proper reverses the familiar descent, temperature rising gradually, sounds of living spaces increasing, the transition from the dead's realm to the living's accomplished through stone stairs worn smooth by centuries of feet, moving between these two aspects of human existence that must acknowledge each other even while maintaining their necessary separation. Your quarters wait with their familiar comfort, thin mattress and adequate blankets, space shared with Micken, whose breathing already suggests sleep's deep rest. The room that's been home for years despite never quite becoming permanent in ways that ownership and long tenure both create, but that professional craftsmen serving noble households rarely achieve because their presence depends on continued usefulness rather than inherent right to occupy space. Sleep approaches gradually as consciousness loosens its grip on concerns that tomorrow will address, whether you spend tonight worrying about them or simply surrendering to rest that the body demands, regardless of what the mind might prefer to continue contemplating. The memorial sculptures wait in darkness below, watching over Winterfell's accumulated dead, preserving faces for futures that will see them when everyone currently alive has followed the carved into death that claims all flesh but not all memory, not all identity, not all acknowledgement, that specific lives mattered enough to justify permanent preservation in stone that endures while everything else fails. The work of memory preservation continues through the seasons and years, one carved face at a time, one family served, one more contribution to human culture's refusal to accept that death must mean erasure simply because biological existence ends and bodies return to earth that makes no distinction between the remembered and the forgotten, the honoured and the ignored, those who mattered and those who didn't. May your rest be peaceful, knowing that memorial sculpture serves important function despite operating in shadows of crypts, rather than in glory of public recognition, despite serving the dead rather than the living in ways that conventional society values and rewards. May you dream of faces emerging from stone, of families finding comfort in permanent tributes, of craft that defeats time through patient accumulation, of careful cuts that transform cold rock into warm memory, of those who matter enough to be preserved beyond their brief mortal existence. The night deepens toward its quietest hours. The castle settles into sleep's embrace, and in the crypt below, the memorial sculptures maintain their eternal watch, Brandon's face showing the kindness and directness that his family preserved through your hands. Joran's expression, suggesting the quiet strength and capacity for love that defined his final sacrifice. Cedric's working hands, forever holding tools that represent craft, passed forward through generations of patient teaching and dedicated practice. Sleep comes gradually, consciousness fading through stages rather than all at once, awareness loosening until dreams replace waking thoughts, and the boundary between reality and imagination dissolves into the particular confusion that characterizes the transition between alertness and genuine rest, that the body claims regardless of whether the mind is ready to surrender its constant processing of concerns and observations, and the thousand small details that fill consciousness when it's actively engaged with world and all its endless demands. The work continues, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, each day bringing new faces to preserve, new families to serve, new opportunities to practice craft. That's been your calling since you first picked up chisel under Cedric's patient instruction and discovered that stone could be made to yield memory if approached with adequate skill and sufficient dedication and proper respect for both the material and the memories it preserves, for futures that you'll never see, but that will see the work your hands created during brief span when you were alive and present in world that continues without you, but that's shaped by your contributions in small ways that accumulate across generations into significant impact that individual craftsmen rarely recognize or adequately appreciate during their limited time between birth and death. Rest now. The memorial sculptures watch their eternal watch. The workshop waits with its tools and materials arranged for tomorrow's continuation. And sleep arrives, carrying you through darkness, toward dawn that will bring new work, new challenges, new opportunities to contribute to the ongoing project of preserving memory through permanent art that defeats time's patient attempt to eliminate everyone who dares to matter to those who briefly follow before themselves, returning to earth that claims all flesh but not all memory, not all acknowledgement that specific lives mattered enough to deserve permanent preservation in stone that endures while everything else fails. The crypt waits in darkness. The memorial sculptures maintain their silent watch, and somewhere between waking and sleeping, between consciousness and dreams, between the present moment and the eternal beyond, you rest in knowledge that your work matters even though fame and fortune may never accompany its execution. That craft serves important function even when practiced in shadows rather than celebrated in light. That memorial sculpture defeats death in small ways through patient accumulation of careful cuts that preserve what time attempts to erase. Good night, craftsman. Your work honors the dead while serving the living. Your skill preserves memory in permanent form, and your contribution to the ancient tradition of memorial sculpture connects past practice to future continuation through the present work of hands that will someday be commemorated in stone carved by craftsmen who haven't been born yet, but who will practice the same craft you've dedicated your life to mastering and sharing through the memorials that will outlast you by centuries while preserving the faces and memories and acknowledgements that individual lives mattered enough to defeat time's erosive attempt to eliminate everyone who briefly exists before returning to the earth, that claims all flesh regardless of how much it achieved or how well it served during its temporary possession of consciousness and breath. Rest now. The darkness deepens. The memorial sculptures watch in eternal silence, and sleep claims what it's owed, carrying you gently toward dreams of stone and memory, of faces preserved and time defeated, one careful cut at a time, forever. Good night.